the stunning American victory at Midway persuaded the Japanese leadership to halt their expansion into the Pacific. Consolidation was now the order of the day. But the empire was still a force to be reckoned with. In the middle of June 1942, Allied intelligence in the Solomon Islands reported a worrying development. The Japanese occupiers of Guadalcanal were constructing an airfield on the north coast of the island. Coconut trees were being felled in their thousands, and the reports suggested that the airstrip would be operational in a matter of weeks. This was serious news for the Allies. A Japanese air presence on Guadalcanal would threaten the precious supply line between Hawaii and Australia. In Washington, the American chiefs of staff considered their response. One idea was to carry out a raid against Guadalcanal and put the airfield out of commission. But eventually a plan was hatched that was far more bold in scope. Instead of merely raiding Guadalcanal, the Americans decided to capture the island. The plan was to effect an amphibious landing by American Marine forces, eject the small Japanese presence, and establish an Allied airbase on the island. By June the 25th, the decision was made to go ahead with the operation. Its code name, Watchtower. When the decision was made to capture Guadalcanal, the American planners knew very little about the background that lay ahead. The island was almost entirely unfamiliar. Maps were few and unreliable, and only a limited air reconnaissance was possible. And this was not the only problem that affected American preparations. The success of the Guadalcanal offensive would depend on the Marine troops, whose task was to go ashore and physically capture the vital airstrip. But when the Marine commander, General van der Grift, received his orders at his headquarters in New Zealand on the 25th of June, he knew that his men were far from combat ready. It was only in the previous month that the Marines had left their home base in North Carolina, and by the end of June, only a third of their number had arrived in New Zealand. General van der Grift had been told not to expect any operational duties until 1943. Now, his unprepared division was expected to go into battle in a matter of weeks. Van der Grift was forced into urgent preparations in New Zealand as his men and supplies arrived in the region. Despite an outbreak of influenza amongst his troops and the inconvenience of a strike amongst the dock workers in the port of Wellington, by the end of July, the Marine troops were in position on the island of Fiji, awaiting a final rehearsal for the task ahead. General van der Grift had by now secured a postponement of the day of attack from August the 1st to August the 7th. But he knew that his preparation time had been far from ideal, and in Fiji, the inexperience of the American Marines revealed itself. The Guadalcanal expedition would be an amphibious operation, quite unprecedented in size, and the Fiji exercise revealed the logistical difficulties involved. There was little evidence of coordination between the amphibious landing groups and the accompanying naval and air support. Equipment proved unreliable, and the whole exercise was judged to be little less than a farce. But there could be no delay in the timetable. August the 7th would be the date when the American plan would be put into action. The intentions of the American leadership for the Guadalcanal offensive were relatively straightforward. An armada of transport ships would sail from Fiji to the Solomon Islands and enter the channel to the north of Guadalcanal. There, the main amphibious force would take to their landing crafts and go ashore, while supporting units secured the smaller islands of Tulagi, Gavutu, and Tamonbogo. The transport vessels would not be alone. Instead, they were just part of a much larger invasion force. To the north and northeast lay a substantial protective naval presence under the command of Admiral Crutchley of the Royal Australian Navy. 5 cruisers and 9 destroyers. Generous air support was also provided. Some 100 miles to the south, an American carrier fleet formed into position. The value of the aircraft carrier had already been proved dramatically at the Coral Sea and at Midway, and so the carriers Saratoga, Wasp, and Enterprise were deployed to provide fighter support for the Guadalcanal offensive. Alongside the carriers, 1 battleship, 6 cruisers, and some 16 destroyers. These substantial resources were all deployed in support of Vandergrift's 1st Marine Division, a landing force reinforced with crack units of paratroops and Marine raiders. But nothing could hide the fact that the 1st Marine Division had only been formed recently, and that the majority of its men lacked any experience of battle. The American Marines could not be sure of the size of the force that awaited them on Guadalcanal, but they could guess at the strength of the Japanese fighting spirit. The best intelligence available suggested that a force of 7,000 troops were in position on the island, and these were likely to include soldiers with recent experience of fighting in difficult jungle conditions. By contrast, there were few men in the American Marines who had ever come across an environment like that of Guadalcanal. The Americans also knew that Japanese strength did not derive only from its positions at Guadalcanal itself. Somewhere to the northwest, in the vicinity of New Britain, lurked the might of Japanese naval power, the 4th Inner South Sea Fleet. These were the concerns that faced the American commanders on the eve of battle in early August 1942. As the American invasion force moved into position in the Solomon Islands on the 7th of August 1942, the story of the Pacific War still had a long way to run, but the next chapter was about to begin at Guadalcanal. To the pleasant surprise of the American troops, the landing on Guadalcanal was made without the attentions of the enemy. This was fortunate, since the disembarkation proved to be as uncoordinated as the rehearsal suggested it might be. Before long, the so-called Red Beach was strewn with supplies, men, and material, and no one seemed to know who was responsible for what. But at least the Japanese were nowhere to be seen, and by the end of the day, the Marines were already moving towards the Japanese airfield. But elsewhere, the forces of the Empire were present in numbers. At Tulagi, the Marine raiders of Colonel Edson encountered fierce Japanese resistance, especially during the night that followed the landing. In the darkness of the jungle, no fewer than 4 Japanese assaults were beaten back, and it took until the end of the 2nd day before Colonel Edson could report the final reduction of Japanese troops. Fierce battles were also joined at the connected islets of Gavutu and Tamambogo, with the latter only falling after the intervention of naval support, the big guns of the destroyer Buchanan. The Americans had always expected the task of capturing the small islands to be difficult, but on Guadalcanal itself, success proved to be relatively straightforward, at least at first. By the afternoon of the 2nd day of operations, American Marines had moved west from Red Beach to secure possession of the nearly completed Japanese airfield, a site quickly given the name Henderson Field in honor of a hero of the Battle of Midway. The Japanese forces had simply fled to the hills. As dusk fell on the 8th of August 1942, the first objective of the operation had been achieved. And although losses on the Northern Islands had been heavy, General Vandergrift could reflect on a job well done. But any overconfidence would prove to be premature. As soon as the Americans made their move, Admiral Mikawa of the Japanese 4th Inner South Sea Fleet ordered a battle group to set sail for Guadalcanal, through the Solomon Islands channel that became known as the Slot. But before they could arrive, Mikawa also dispatched a force of bombers with fighter escort against the American forces. Alerted, Admiral Fletcher dispatched 60 Wildcat fighters to greet them in the skies over Guadalcanal. In a fierce dogfight, 16 Japanese aircraft were lost against a total of 11 American planes. Admiral Turner decided to move his own fleet into defensive positions north and south of Savo Island, with the destroyers Blue and Ralph Talbot in the advanced positions. It was these outposts that were first sighted by the Japanese battle groups at 0100 hours on the morning of the 9th of August. Minutes later, Admiral Mikawa's cruiser fleet sailed past, entirely unnoticed. Now he ordered his small cruiser-borne float planes into the air. At 0145 hours, their pilots began to drop flares that revealed the full presence of the Allied ships. Now Mikawa gave the order for the torpedoes to be launched and the big guns to be fired. The Battle of Savo Island had begun. The Japanese had taken their enemy by surprise, and they made their advantage pay. The Allied cruisers Vincennes, Quincy, Canberra and Astoria were all lost. Another was seriously damaged as the Japanese battle group swept round Savo Island and back out through the Slot to the northwest. The Imperial Navy had triumphed in the first of 4 major battles that would take place in the seas around Guadalcanal. For the Marine commander van der Grift, this loss of supporting firepower was a disaster, and the Battle of Savo Island was a comprehensive victory for the Japanese. But the Americans could console themselves with the fact that Mikawa's fleet had not taken out the transport ships. But more bad news had already reached the Marines. In the hours before the Japanese attack, General van der Grift was informed of a decision made by Admiral Fletcher. He had decided to withdraw his force of carriers in the south, having agreed with his superior, Admiral Gormley, that fuel and aircraft resources were insufficient to maintain a secure presence in the region. As a consequence of this controversial decision, Admiral Turner announced that he would also have to withdraw his amphibious task force. By the end of the 9th of August, just 2 days into the operation, Admiral Turner's ships had left Guadalcanal, taking half of the Marines' supplies and material with him. There had been no time to unload any more. On Guadalcanal, and on the smaller islands to the north, the 1st Marine Division were left to fend for themselves. It was potentially a disastrous turn of events. There was nothing else for van der Grift to do but secure his defensive perimeter as best he could, and set his men to the task of completing the Henderson Field airstrip. If it could be brought into operation quickly, it would be a precious asset to the now isolated Marines. The work was hampered by the lack of materials, and also by the constant presence of Japanese warplanes in the skies above. Before long, the enemy would be even closer at hand. In the hot, humid jungle conditions, General van der Grift's inexperienced men were quickly learning the often desperate facts of war. The Japanese 17th Army of Lieutenant General Hyakutake was now ordered to retake Guadalcanal, and he selected the 35th Infantry Brigade of Major General Kawaguchi to carry out the task. It was now that Rear Admiral Tanaka came up with the imaginative idea of moving troops from New Britain to Guadalcanal using fast night convoys of cruisers and destroyers, the so-called rat runs which became known as the Tokyo Express. Such was the effectiveness of the procedure in delivering Japanese forces to Guadalcanal. On the 18th of August, with the Henderson Field still not operational, the first of these night convoys succeeded in landing 2 echelons of troops. To the west, a special landing force went ashore at Kokumbona. To the east, at Taivu Point, the 2nd Battalion of the 28th Infantry Regiment, under the command of Colonel Ichiki. It was a bold move, perhaps a little too bold. General Hayakutake decided not to wait for his scattered 35th Infantry Brigade to form up. Instead, he acted at once, and Ichiki's men quickly advanced from their beachhead. By the evening of the 20th of August, they had reached the edge of the American position to the east of Alligator Creek. That night, Colonel Ichiki launched his attack. It was a fearsome engagement that became known as the Battle of the Temaru. The Japanese hurled themselves at the Americans in a bayonet charge. Their courage was phenomenal as they ran into the line of American artillery, machine gun and infantry fire. When they were forced to withdraw, the inspirational Ichiki ordered the survivors to regroup, and once again they charged the American positions. But the bravery of Ichiki's men would not be enough. By the following afternoon, the Japanese assault had failed, and the last of Ichiki's men found themselves surrounded by an American force now reinforced by light armor. At some point, Colonel Ichiki himself died in the fighting, although a popular myth suggests that he committed harakiri when he realized that the battle was lost. The American victory at the Temaru was total, and the battlefield was a scene of slaughter. 800 of Ichiki's 900 men were dead. Significantly, the final elimination of the Japanese troops was assisted by American power in the air. The Henderson Field was now operational, and on August the 20th, 19 Wildcat fighters and 12 Dauntless dive bombers landed on Guadalcanal. The American occupation was now a less tentative enterprise. But the battle for the island was still far from won. In late August and early September, the ships of the Tokyo Express brought substantial numbers of troops to the east and west of Vandergrift's perimeter. In early September, the American commander brought his raiders and paratroops onto Guadalcanal itself, and on September the 7th dispatched them east to Tasimbako, a village believed to be a center of Japanese strength. Vandergrift's intelligence was accurate. Japanese troops were based in Tasimbako, and a brief engagement resulted before the raiders captured the village. But the Japanese contingent was small, and Colonel Edson soon found out why. A far larger force had been present in Tasimbako, but they had now moved on. This was the 35th Brigade of General Kawaguchi, and it had set off south into the jungle with the likely intention of moving west before attacking Henderson Field to the north. Hurriedly, General Vandergrift organized his men into position for the suspected Japanese attack. His assumption was that his Japanese counterpart would strike against the ridge that lay to the south of the airstrip. If they did, they would find the American raiders and paratroops waiting for them. Vandergrift's assumption was correct. On the evening of the 12th of September, Japanese warships unleashed a barrage of shellfire, not against the airfield, but against the ridge that would provide the grim name for the battle to come, Bloody Ridge. It would be no exaggeration. When the Japanese shelling ceased, Kawaguchi's men made an initial assault that pushed the American defenders back. But the real attack came the following evening, September the 13th. That night saw the island of Guadalcanal enveloped in the fog of war. Kawaguchi's brigade now launched themselves forward in a heroic drive against the American positions. They were met by a line of mortar and artillery fire. But heavy Japanese firepower was also deployed from a group of 7 destroyers in the coastal waters to the north. The American Wildcat pilots were also able to bring the power of their guns to bear, but still the Japanese infantry surged forward. It was a night of desperate fighting. On no fewer than 12 occasions, the Japanese troops charged the American line. On occasions, the defense appeared on the point of breaking, but the raiders and paratroops somehow held firm throughout the night. By the morning of the 14th of September, the battle was won, and what was left of Kawaguchi's force was retreating east. The ridge was covered with bodies, and it was still in American hands. Henderson Field remained secure. General van der Grift had arrived on Guadalcanal on August the 7th with a largely inexperienced body of men. Now, 6 weeks later, they had become a battle-hardened force to be reckoned with. But there was no time for complacency. The Marines still faced many difficulties on Guadalcanal. Tropical diseases such as dysentery were rife amongst the American troops. A typical roll call revealed 1 in 5 men on the sick list. There was also the continued presence of the enemy. Van der Grift's men were allowed no respite from Japanese bombardment from the air and from the sea. By mid-October, the Japanese ground presence on Guadalcanal had also been reinforced. The commander of 17th Army had moved his headquarters to the island, and General Hyakutake could call on a force of 20,000 men for a new assault against an American presence, itself now 23,000 strong. This would be the third major Japanese attack. It would also be the last. In broad terms, General Hyakutake's plan was for a simultaneous attack from 2 sides. From the west, Major General Sumiyoshi would lead an assault with armoured support against the American perimeter. At his disposal, some 5,600 men. Meanwhile, to the south, Major General Kawaguchi would attack with 7,000 men and a strong artillery element. On the evening of the 22nd of October, the Battle of Henderson Field began. To the west, an artillery barrage announced Japanese intentions. When the guns fell silent, Sumiyoshi's battalions threw themselves against the American defensive line with the support of their tanks. Now it was the turn of the American big guns to intervene. Artillery pieces and dedicated anti-tank weapons rained down their shells on the Japanese men and armour. Infantry fire was also ferocious, and despite the trademark hunger for the fight displayed by the Japanese soldier, the Western assault was completely repulsed in a matter of hours. The American positions should also have been under simultaneous attack from the south, but here there was silence. General Maruyama had found the march through the Guadalcanal jungle tough going. Too tough. At the stated moment for the assault to begin, his men were still hacking their way through the thick vegetation. Crucially, Maruyama had to abandon his mortars and artillery pieces on the way. He was also out of communication with his colleagues to the west, and was thus unable to tell Sumiyoshi to delay. It was October the 24th, before the now weakened southern sector could make its attack, and the result was predictable. More fierce fighting and victory for the American Marines, leaving behind another blood-soaked battlefield. American satisfaction was now understandable. The Marines had seen off 3 major Japanese attempts to eject them from Guadalcanal. But celebration was tempered by the loss of the American carrier Hornet during a naval engagement to the north of Guadalcanal. This was the Battle of Santa Cruz, the last of the 4 great sea battles that took place while the Marines struggled to maintain their hold on land. In general, Japanese sea power around Guadalcanal proved far more effective than their operations on the island itself. Both the Japanese and the American navies lost about 25 warships in the course of their confrontations in the region. But it is as a marine operation that Guadalcanal is best remembered today. When Vandergrift's exhausted men were finally withdrawn in early December, they had endured 4 months in isolated, difficult terrain with no respite from the attentions of the enemy. 1,600 Marines had died, 4,700 had been wounded. But they had won, and the Japanese knew it. Their casualty list was 4 times the size. On December 31st, the Imperial Command made the decision to withdraw the remaining Japanese forces from Guadalcanal. By February the 8th, they had gone, and the American 14th Corps were left in complete control of the island. In the months that followed, the Henderson Field airstrip was built up into a major military facility. The supply lines to Australia and New Zealand were secure, and the Japanese advance had been turned back for the first time. Now the Americans could consider the future with greater confidence, and Guadalcanal would be the first staging post on the long road that lay ahead. In February 1943, Japan remained in control of a vast area of the Pacific Ocean, and her forces were prepared to die to defend it. The Allies were already familiar with this powerful warrior spirit. At Guadalcanal, the Japanese defenders revealed their distaste for any idea of surrender. Death in battle was the only fitting end for a defeated imperial soldier. In the 2.5 years that followed, the same attitude showed itself across the Western Pacific, as the United States led her allies on an amazing journey from island to island towards the land of the rising sun itself. This was a period that saw some of the bloodiest fighting of the entire war, at sea, in the air, and especially on land. The names of battlefields like Tarawa, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa are now synonymous with close-quarter fighting of the bitterest kind. The Japanese desire to fight on to the end resulted in casualty lists of biblical proportions, and few were taken prisoner. In February 1943, the total defeat at Stalingrad was a disaster for the Germans, but a switch to the strategic defensive might just have brought enough time to regain the initiative in 1944. But Hitler was adamant. He would attack. By mid-1943, the focus of attention would once more be in the south of Russia, where the Germans were to make one more attempt to gain the decisive edge. This was to be the last great gamble in the East, a high noon for Hitler and his hopes for victory. The Russian offensive, launched immediately after Stalingrad, presented the very real danger that the German army would be pushed back even further. Fast reactions from von Manstein and the effective use of the fighting capabilities of the German armed forces finally halted the Russian attack. The stunning victory at Kharkov, achieved against the odds, became known as von Manstein's miracle. The desperate men of Army Group South had at last contained the Soviet advance. Further north, Army Group Center had held fast and halted the Russian advances near Orel. In between these two areas, the Soviet advances had created a huge enemy bulge, which held large amounts of Soviet men and materials. In the middle of the bulge lay the town of Kursk. Keen to capitalize on the victory at Kharkov, Hitler wanted to regain the initiative in the east. Von Manstein drew up a plan that provided for a similar action to Kharkov, where the German army had first given up ground and had then quickly counterattacked when the Russian lines of supply became overstretched. Characteristically, Hitler rejected the withdrawal phase of the plan, but approved the attacks towards Kursk. This part of the plan was developed by Colonel General Zeitzler, who gave it the final draft, codenamed Citadel. The plan was to advance from the north and south towards Kursk and trap the Soviets in a huge pocket. This pocket could then be systematically destroyed. To make the plan work, however, the attack would have to be launched quickly before the Russians had time to prepare defences. The initial plan had May as the start date, but various delays forced the start date back to July, by which time the Russians had prepared defensive positions that would present the Germans with formidable obstacles. The Russians were also fully aware of the German plans, as they had been receiving information from the Lucy spy ring. This reliable source was fed from Bletchley Park in England. The scientists working at this top-secret location had broken the secret German Enigma code at the start of the war and had been watching developments very closely ever since. They passed information to the Soviets via an intricate web of contacts situated in Switzerland. Although the Russians never knew the true source of the information, they came to rely upon its accuracy. They were therefore given the dates of the planned German attacks in advance and began to prepare accordingly. Massive defensive belts were constructed, with the sole purpose of the destruction of German armour and men. Zhukov, the master tactician, also gathered strong reserves that would be unleashed when the time was right. This well-prepared trap would be the launch pad for the defeat of Germany in the East. April 1943 saw the German army in desperate need of recuperation after their recent victory at Kharkov. The Russian army was also in danger of outrunning its own extended supply lines. These two factors resulted in a period of relative quiet over the Kursk region. But as German intentions became clear, the Russians began an intensive program of defensive measures that were designed to trap and blunt the German armour. Thousands of anti-tank guns were built into defensive lines in great depth, and millions of anti-tank mines were laid. The first two lines ran around the perimeter of the pocket to a depth of around 10 to 12 miles and were situated close to each other. The remaining lines were spaced apart and ran to a depth of over 150 miles in total. Zhukov was clearly taking no chances. Within these defensive lines, construction began on individual positions that were to blunt the expected strong German armoured attacks. Hundreds of thousands of anti-tank and anti-personnel mines were sent to the area. Cheap, easy to manufacture, but highly effective, these devices were planted in huge quantities. Estimates suggest a figure of up to 5,000 mines per mile of front. Other tried and tested measures, such as anti-tank ditches and barbed wire, were also widely employed. The intention was to draw in, hold up, and then destroy the attacker. Overall, it was an excellent demonstration of what could be achieved by the effective use of the engineering skills and materials at hand. Although the Citadel plan was approved in early May, the start date was continually delayed. Hitler's desire to leave no room for error saw him postpone again and again. Various factors caused these delays. One was the production of the new Panther tanks. These delays only helped the preparations of the Russian defences, that were very apparent to the German reconnaissance aircraft that flew over and photographed the area countless times. All the while, the highly efficient Lucy spy ring continued to feed the Soviets with accurate information, telling the Soviets exactly where and when the Germans would strike. Underneath their protective air umbrellas, the soldiers and tank crews on the ground busied themselves with their preparation. Zhukov poured huge amounts of men and materials into the area, and great emphasis was placed on the use of artillery. No fewer than 20,000 artillery pieces would be used during this coming battle. Like mines, artillery pieces were easier and cheaper to manufacture than tanks. The numbers of Russian soldiers sent into the Kursk salient area exceeded 1.3 million. The bulk of the Soviet armor was placed incorrectly in the northern sector of the salient, as the Russians felt this area would receive the hardest blow. This would cause problems for Zhukov in the early stages of the battle. Some 900,000 German soldiers were committed to the Battle of Kursk. Not only were they outnumbered from the outset, they also bore the burden of having to take the offensive. The German forces were positioned under the personal supervision of Hitler. The deposition of the new panzers reflected the emphasis of the south in the German attack plan. Around 90 Tigers and just over 100 of the new Panther tanks were to be found in this region. This was by far the biggest gathering of the new generation of German tanks, and much was expected of them. The plan of attack was simple. It was to smash through the Russian defenses and meet behind Kursk. But one important factor was missing: an effective reserve force. This was no longer possible for the Germans at this stage in the war. By the 5th of July 1943, everything was in place. The vast quantities of men, tanks, ammunition, guns and planes were in their positions. Every person, from the infantry right up to army group commanders, was in a state of anticipation and excitement. The reliable information provided to the Soviet sources revealed the date and the time of the German attack, which was further confirmed by captured German prisoners. Zhukov therefore planned a huge preemptive artillery strike against the German positions. The aim was to catch the Germans as they began to assemble, and thus deliver a severe psychological blow to the enemy, even before a shot had been fired. In the central front area, the Russian artillery opened up, and for almost an hour, hundreds of guns fired towards the suspected enemy emplacements. In the north, Model's forces quickly recovered from the Russian barrage and began to reply with their own artillery attack. And over the northern part of the Kursk salient, the noises, flashes of light, death and destruction reached a ferocious intensity. The actual losses suffered by both sides were not as high as expected. The difficulty was that the artillery strike on the enemy was made during the hours of darkness, and positions were not known in detail. The effects of the strike could not be seen from the ground, nor, more importantly, from the air, which meant that correction action could not be taken. Zhukov had taken a gamble by ordering the artillery strike, and it was soon discovered that the results fell short of expectations. As this duel between the two sides continued, elements of Luftflotte 6 arrived to begin ferocious attacks on suspected Russian positions. Amid the thunder of exploding shells, the German infantry and panzers moved out against the enemy lines. Almost immediately, Model's troops ran into the well-prepared Russian killing zones. The snail-like pace of the German attack helped the Russians to inflict losses on the Germans with ease. Model was fast discovering that the Russian forces presented a virtual brick wall in the path of his advance. He urged his troops forward to try and discover a weak point in the Russian lines. The German plan had given the main Orel to Kursk railway as the advance line, and the town of Poniri as the first major objective. But this was changed as the strength of the defences became clear, and the main emphasis of the attack was shifted towards Olkhovatka, further west. The first day's fighting had achieved an advance of only 6 miles. The push towards Olkhovatka continued on the second day of battle. The enemy defences near Ponri on the left flank were too strong for the Germans to achieve a breakthrough, and Model had to push on in any direction possible. Russian reserves had been moved towards this area during the night of the 5th of July, and they began to commit themselves to the battle on the 6th. As daylight broke over this northern area, both sides locked together in a bitter struggle to gain their separate objectives. The Tiger tanks of the 505th Schwere Abteilung were fully committed to the battle by the anxious Germans. They slammed into the Soviet defences and the increasing number of Soviet forces moving into the area, but made limited headway as the defensive measures employed by Rossikovsky had been well planned. They had to cope with the infantry's T-34s, anti-tank guns and anti-tank rifles. Slowly, the Tiger tank losses mounted, reducing their effectiveness and, more importantly, their influence on the battle. Russian aircraft had also begun to make their presence felt by attacking German targets. German and Russian pilots duelled for control of the skies over the northern sector. The Soviet defensive wall in the northern part of the salient slowed Model's advance to a mere crawl. These delays kept his forces contained within a relatively small area, thus helping the Russians to plan effective countermeasures. But the Russians did not have it all their own way. The Germans fought well. Luftflotte 6 flew countless sorties over the northern part of the battlefield and helped to inflict losses on the ever-increasing number of Russian forces moving into the area. The German troops on the ground moved slowly towards Olkhovatka as the forces of Rokossovsky rushed forward to intercept them. Model's forces managed to take control of Ponry on the left flank and also the town of Teploy on the right flank. These advances represented the furthest points reached in the northern sector by the forces of Model's 9th Army. The Russian defences and weight of numbers presented Model with a barrier that he failed to penetrate. It was now apparent that the forces available to Model were insufficient to smash through the Russian lines. The new Ferdinands had also proved inadequate during the fight. A design flaw had failed to fit the new heavy tank destroyers with any close support machine guns. As they became separated from the supporting infantry and bogged down in the Russian defences, enemy troops were able to close right up alongside them and easily disable them. The Tigers were also not suited to close-quarter fighting, where their superior guns could not be used effectively. Ferocious battles raged over the area as both sides sought an advantage, but none was gained. The area descended into stalemate over the next few days. The total distance covered by Model's 9th Army in the northern sector of the Kursk salient during Zitadel was around 12 miles. The capture of Kursk, if achieved, would not be sufficient to defeat the Russian forces in this area. Model's forces were contained in an area that was around 40 miles short of their target. If Kursk were to fall to Hoth's men, a gap of this size would allow the Russians to pour reinforcements into the salient at their will. Powerless to influence the battle any further, Model contented himself with holding on to the areas already captured. The German forces in the north had been stalled. But the real focus of this most historic of battles was in the south. In the southern sector, Hoth's 4th Army enjoyed the largest concentration of tanks under the control of the best divisions in the German order of battle. The 4th of July 1943 saw a different start for Hoth's 4th Panzer Army. Hoth decided to jump ahead of the planned start date of the attack. Aircraft from Luftflotte 4 began the attack on the enemy-held positions, followed by a German artillery barrage. As this barrage lifted, the infantry and tanks moved forward to engage the enemy, and throughout the day, the front line was pushed back in favour of the Germans. The fighting was heavy, and in some areas, the objectives given were not taken until the hours of darkness. This was the first in a series of setbacks for the Russians in the south. These setbacks accumulated steadily over the next few days. The 5th of July began with the 4th Panzer Army in control of the vital high ground. Hoth was keen to get things moving, and he began the next stage of his plan. He ordered a change to the planned route of advance so that the main advance would be moving more to the left. This change was not apparent to Vatutin or Stavka, as Hoth had made his decision without consulting higher command, and therefore Lucy did not pick it up. The German artillery in the southern region was therefore able to deliver its attack first. As this was happening, the Russian Air Force was on its way to attack the German airfields. But the Germans detected their approach and quickly sent their own planes to intercept. An intensive air battle ensued over the southern part of the salient, as the German fighters tore into the Russian formations. At the end of the engagement, the Luftwaffe of Luftflotte 4 was in control of the air. Against this backdrop, the panzers moved forward. The removal of the aerial threat and the fact that the Russian ground units were expecting a different focus of attack allowed the German tanks to smash through the defensive positions. The Russians realized that they were wrong in their estimates of the disposition of the enemy armored foundations, and that they were about to bear the brunt of the strong enemy forces lined up in front of them. The Germans were using a new tactic based on the new heavy tanks, which was known as a Panzer Kiel, or armored wedge. This tactic placed the heavier Tigers at the tip of the wedge, with the Panthers forming the outer edges. The weaker Panzer IVs and Panzer IIIs were placed in the center of the wedge. The Russians were not prepared for the rate of the German advances. Their defensive positions did inflict losses on the Germans, and they held fast in many areas. By the end of the first day, some of the 4th Panzer Army had advanced up to 15 miles. This was more than Model's forces managed in 8 days. It could have been much further, but late changes of orders meant that insufficient time had been left for mine clearance. An enraged General Guderian watched as many of his priceless German Tigers were needlessly destroyed by mines. By the end of the 3rd day's fighting, the Germans had made an advance of around 20 miles. This was beginning to cause concern for the Russians. So much that they ordered the 5th Guards Tank Army and other reserves to be moved from the steppe front and into the area of Prokhorovka. The main defensive sector for the Russians was the town of Oboyan, 35 miles south of Kursk. The Russians had placed strong forces in this area, as they were aware of the importance of holding this town. This was the left flank of Hoth's attack plan. The strength of the defences around this area became clear to the Germans, and Hoth decided to switch the emphasis of his attacks to the east. The Sel River, which runs between Oboyan and Prokhorovka, became the focus for the SS Totenkopf division. The SS Liebstandarte division would take the centre, and the SS division Das Reich would hold the right flank. By the time they got to Prokhorovka, the Russians had already placed their reserves. The ferociousness of the preceding day's fighting was about to be dwarfed in scale and intensity. The right flank of the German advance in the south consisted of Army Detachment Kempf. To start with, they would advance directly east, below the town of Belgorod. They would then change direction and advance north to link with the 2nd SS Panzer Corps. The first obstacle for Kempf's men was the Donets River, which ran through Belgorod and along the front of the planned route of advance. Kempf's men fought well, and by the end of the first day they had crossed the river and set up a defensive horseshoe position. Their advance continued over the next few days, despite increasing resistance. Hoth's plan envisaged a link-up between his men and Kempf's men around Prokhorovka, a move that would have put the Germans in a very strong position. The drawback to this plan was that by the 11th of July, Kempf's forces were situated roughly 12 miles south of the intended target. They still had a lot of ground to cover, and the possibility loomed that they would be unable to resist the struggle towards Prokhorovka. The upper reaches of the Donets River also stretched towards Prokhorovka, which meant that Kempf's men would have to force a crossing of this river a second time. The task ahead of them was difficult, but this did not prevent them from continuing with their attempts. As the decisive battle raged around Prokhorovka on the 12th of July, Kempf's men were positioned about 10 miles short of this objective. They did not actually link up with the 2nd SS Panzer Corps until 3 days later. This was too late to assist in the decisive battle, and too late to change Hitler's decision regarding the future course of this engagement. The two armies were now on a direct collision course. The Russians knew of the armour-led force bearing down on them, and were ready to meet and destroy the threat. The Germans, however, were not aware of the strong enemy concentration of tanks that was facing them. The Russians had managed to place around 850 of their tanks in the surrounding area. The Germans had around 300 usable tanks advancing directly in the battle zone, with a further 230 fighting to their left. Hoth felt that he had inflicted serious losses on the Russians and was expecting a quick victory that would open the way for a rapid advance. The Russians knew it was vital to hold on and move their important reserves from Konyev's area to Prokhorovka. The dawn of the 12th of July would see an unprecedented clash of tanks that would decide the outcome of the whole campaign. Before the tanks played their part, the customary aerial attacks began, and the German planes swooped in on enemy positions. The next stage was an artillery attack, delivered by the Russians towards the German lines. And while the shells rained down, the Russian tanks broke out of their positions. This move coincided with the start of the German tank advance. Neither side could have foreseen or planned what occurred next. The two tank advances smashed into each other, head-on. From this point onwards, all control of the battle disappeared, and total confusion set in. The planes and artillery that would have usually joined in the battle were rendered impotent, as the close proximity of the machines and the swirling dust clouds made it impossible to tell friend or foe apart. Rather than risk destroying their own machines, the air forces of both sides were left with no option other than to let the tanks get on with the battle. The German Tigers and Panthers could not make effective use of their long-range guns, and to their horror, they discovered that the Russian tanks were able to penetrate their armor at this short range. Another tactic employed by the numerically superior Russians was to drive straight into the German tanks and ram them, completely destroying both machines and their occupants. The Soviets knew that their tanks could always be replaced, but for the Germans, at the limit of their capability, each Tiger lost was lost forever. As the Germans desperately sought a line of advance through the storm, the failure of Kemp's forces to reach the battle area was having deadly consequences for them. The battle ebbed and flowed all day with no decisive outcome. At some stages during the day, the Germans did appear to be on the verge of a breakthrough, but the Russians sent new reserves into the line and succeeded in holding the Germans. As darkness fell, the battlefield grew quiet. Both sides were exhausted and made the most of the enforced lull. No time was wasted, however, on preparing to resume the next day. The short climax to the Kursk offensive resulted in the end of Germany's successes in the east. The 12-hour battle had drawn in and chewed up the best divisions that Hitler possessed. Tanks and men had been lost at a steady rate since the start of the offensive, and by the time they reached Prokhorovka, they were in no fit state to sustain a heavy attack. The Germans had maintained fairly constant numbers of tanks in the field through the skill of the tank repair shops. But the size of the enemy forces facing them and their lack of a reserve prevented any further advances. The Russians had lost over 400 tanks in the battle thus far and were themselves left in a vulnerable position by the end of the day. They expected the Germans to begin the following day with a sizable attack. During the night of July the 12th, the Russians and Germans recovered what vehicles they could from the battlefield and readied them for use again. The 13th, however, would not see the Germans resume their attempts to advance. It would actually see a direct Führer order calling off the Citadel offensive. The order to call off the attacks surprised von Manstein, as he could sense the cracks beginning to appear in the Russian defences. One of the main reasons for the postponement of Citadel had nothing to do with the Russian front. It was the recent Allied invasion of Sicily, which took place on the 10th of July. Hitler, who was always conscious of the changing political situation, could see the dangers that this development presented. He simply needed to pull troops out of the line and send them to meet this new threat. One of the formations ordered out was the 2nd SS Panzer Corps. The moves did not begin straight away, however, and when they did, only some divisions were moved. This new development meant that Hitler was faced with the one situation he had tried to avoid from the moment his troops had crossed the Polish border in 1939. A war on two fronts. From this point onwards, the war would not be fought on Hitler's terms, but on the terms of his enemies, who were growing stronger with each passing day. From now on, they decided where the next battle would be fought. This left Hitler powerless to do anything but move his decreasing forces to meet each new threat. On the 13th of July, the Russians began their probing attacks in the sector north of Orel. By this stage, Model's forces had created their own bulge that was flanked on both sides by strong Russian formations. These probing attacks gained momentum, and by the 16th of July had turned into an all-out counter-offensive. The Germans had not prepared any defensive positions in these areas and could not hold the Russian attacks. The Russians were fighting over familiar ground and had the benefit of being able to use their rested formations from the Bryansk and Western fronts. They steadily pushed Model's 9th Army back in the north to the Hagen defensive line. And by the end of the first week in August 1943, the town of Orel was back in Russian hands. Around this time, the counteroffensive in the southern area was gaining momentum and also regaining lost ground at a steady pace. By the end of August, Kharkov would come under Russian control for the final time. The Russian advances, although steady, were not easy. The Germans defended resolutely and exacted a heavy toll on the advancing enemy troops. The Russians, however, could replace their losses and relentlessly pushed ahead. They had scented victory, and the ultimate defeat of the enemy was becoming an ever-increasing possibility. One of the main purposes of the Zitadel offensive was to straighten the line for the Germans and free up much-needed troops for the Allied invasion expected in the near future. By the end of August 1943, the front line had been straightened. The only problem for Hitler was that it was 100 miles in favor of Stalin's troops. Further key divisions had been taken out of the area in an attempt to deal with the situations developing elsewhere. The Russian front had become little more than a holding action, where each new threat had to be countered in the best way possible. The rotten edifice that Hitler spoke of in his planning of Barbarossa was a fantasy. In August 1941, Mussolini dispatched 3 Italian divisions to fight alongside those of Germany, Hungary and Romania in the Soviet Union. In the same month, he travelled with Hitler to Brest-Litovsk to survey the devastation wrought on the Red Army during the battles on the frontier. Mussolini was impressed and fully accepted Hitler's assurance that the war in the East would be over by the spring of 1942. A year later, there were 10 Italian divisions fighting in Russia, and little prospect of a decisive victory in the foreseeable future. In Egypt, the German-Italian Panzer Army had been stopped in its tracks and forced onto the defensive. By now, Mussolini's fortunes and those of Italy herself were entirely dependent on those of Germany. The disasters that befell the Axis between November 1942 and May 1943 were therefore felt most heavily by Italy. All 10 Italian divisions in the east were destroyed, and a further 14 were lost in North Africa. Italian patience was wearing thin. The destruction of the Axis satellite armies in the east and in North Africa was therefore a political as well as a military disaster. Yet as far as he was able, Hitler would not desert his allies, nor would he allow them to desert him. In the summer of 1943, he would authorize plans to be drawn up for a German occupation of Italy. For Churchill, the victory at Alemain in November 1942 marked the end of a long period of defeat and humiliation for the British Army. Victory also restored his own political fortunes, which had fallen to their lowest ebb with the loss of Tobruk earlier that year, and the subsequent retreat of the Eighth Army through Egypt to the Alemain positions. With the final defeat of the Axis in Tunisia, Churchill's priority now was to consolidate and extend Allied power in the Mediterranean. His was the driving force behind British proposals for landings in Sicily and Italy. Behind this strategy lay concerns about long-term Soviet plans for Eastern and Central Europe. By knocking Italy out of the war, Churchill hoped to influence events in Central Europe to the Western Allies' advantage and secure Greece and the Balkans from Soviet intervention. It was this essentially post-war strategy that most infuriated both Roosevelt and Stalin and led to serious disagreements that would fundamentally affect the conduct of the campaign. The series of setbacks suffered by the Americans in North Africa, culminating in the rough handling of the American Second Corps in central Tunisia, was a sobering experience for American planners and for Roosevelt. British doubts about the combat readiness of American troops and the tactical abilities of American commanders had been fully borne out by events. As a result, Roosevelt's position was to a certain extent undermined, and his preferred strategic priority, an early attack on the French coast, was quietly postponed in favor of the British proposal for an invasion of Italy. Neither Roosevelt, however, nor his senior military advisors were entirely happy with this outcome, and as the campaign progressed, they would gradually withdraw their support, insisting on the transfer of men and equipment to Britain in preparation for the projected invasion of France. The possibility of an invasion of Sicily was first raised in London at a meeting of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the summer of 1942. At the Casablanca Conference early in the following year, the proposal was adopted as official Allied strategy, subject to one important qualification, namely that the campaign would not interfere with the preparations in Britain for a cross-channel attack on the French coast, scheduled for early in 1944. Although initially opposed to the idea and doubtful of the military value of such an operation, American planners were conscious of the need to maintain the momentum built up in North Africa. The clearance of Tunisia was taking longer than expected, and when it was finally completed, there would be huge forces available for a summer campaign. In addition, most of the principal North African ports had been brought up to full operating capacity, and all the necessary infrastructure established to maintain and service 16 full divisions in the field. For the British, Sicily was a tempting target. Situated in the center of the Mediterranean, the island was only a little more than 100 miles from the major Allied North African ports of Tunis and Bizerta. Airfields on the Tunisian plain, along with others on the North African coast, would ensure adequate tactical air support for an invasion attempt, while those on the islands of Malta and Pantelleria would provide virtually constant fighter cover. Possession of these islands also provided the Allies with comparatively secure sea lanes for the final approach of the invasion convoys. If Sicily was captured easily, follow-up operations could be mounted across the Strait of Messina, or even, in the event of an Italian collapse, higher up the peninsula. The capture of Sicily would also give the Allies absolute control over the central Mediterranean and provide additional airfields to prosecute the air war against Italy's ports and cities. The assault landings were to take place in two sectors: south of Syracuse on the east coast by the British 8th Army, and between Licata and Scoliti on the south coast by the American 7th Army. Among the primary objectives in the American sector was the capture of Axis airfields north of Gela. Primary British objectives included the capture of Syracuse and Axis airfields in the southeast corner of the island. Once the beachhead was established, the important east coast ports of Augusta and Catania were to be taken, along with a further group of airfields to the west. The final reduction of Sicily was to be accomplished by a general advance on either side of Mount Etna, to the north coast and the town of Messina, the capture of which would isolate any remaining Axis forces still fighting in the west. During the spring of 1943, while these plans were being refined and the invasion force assembled and trained, Allied air power was employed against targets in Italy and Sicily. These included ports, airfields and military bases, all of which were attacked heavily. Coastal shipping was harassed, and fighter and reconnaissance sweeps over southern Italy were incessant. The underlying objectives of the air plan, in addition to ongoing reconnaissance, were the destruction of the Luftwaffe and the Italian Air Force in the south, the isolation of Sicily by strategic and tactical bombing of the island's communication links, and the steady erosion of Italian morale by systematic attacks on the island's defences. Heavy bomber raids on industrial targets and major population centres on the Italian mainland were intended to disperse the concentration of effort and generally undermine Italy's already wavering commitment to the Axis. By reinforcing the German-Italian forces in North Africa, Hitler, by design or inadvertently, had prolonged the conflict in the region into the early summer of 1943. The consequent Allied build-up that was to lead to the invasion of Sicily also ensured that there would be no major landings on the French coast before 1944. With France safe from attack for another year, Hitler could devote most of his dwindling resources in the West to the defense of southern Europe, but he had no clear idea of where the Allies would land. Despite the concentration of air attacks in southern Italy, there were indications that the main Allied landings would take place in Greece or in Sardinia. Greece was garrisoned by an Italian army of occupation, recently reinforced by the 1st Panzer Division, transferred from France. In Italy, there were 3 armies, one of which, the 6th, was wholly concentrated in Sicily. Sixth Army was supported by two German divisions, the 15th Panzer Grenadiers and the Hermann Göring Panzer Division. In Sardinia, the Italian garrison was supported by the 90th Panzer Grenadiers, and in nearby Corsica, the 16th SS Panzer Grenadiers were forming up. In northern Italy, Hitler established German Army Group B, with a further 3 German divisions to coordinate all German forces in Italy. This command would eventually become the German 10th Army. These then were the principal forces available to Hitler on the eve of the Allied attack. He had little confidence in his Italian ally and expected his thinly spread German formations to intervene quickly and decisively wherever the landings took place. Like most British generals, Harold Alexander first saw action with the British Expeditionary Force in France. As commander of the 1st Division, he was charged with organising the retreat and evacuation of the force from the Dunkirk beaches. Alexander's rearguards held the line during the final days of the evacuation and were amongst the last British troops to leave the beach. In 1942, after service in England and then in Burma, he was appointed Commander-in-Chief, Middle East. In this capacity, Alexander had overall responsibility for General Montgomery's offensive at El Alamein and shared a lot of the credit for the victory. In February 1943, Alexander was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the 15th Army Group in Tunisia. Alexander's conduct of the Tunisian campaign was exemplary, and his tact and impartiality were decisive in settling inter-Allied disputes. In the final weeks of the Tunisian campaign, Alexander used his material superiority to bring to battle all the component forces of the military alliance. This ensured that the victory honours were shared equally, and that untested formations were given valuable battle experience in preparation for future campaigns on the continent of Europe. After a brilliant career in the German army during the interwar years, Albert Kesselring transferred to the Luftwaffe, rising to become the service's most powerful and important officer after Hermann Göring, Hitler's appointed deputy and the Luftwaffe's commander-in-chief. As Chief of Staff from 1936, Kesselring was largely responsible for the military effectiveness of the Luftwaffe at the outbreak of war, and subsequently commanded powerful German air fleets in Poland and the West. During the Battle of Britain, Kesselring commanded the principal German air fleet and came very close to defeating the RAF. In 1942, Kesselring was promoted to Field Marshal and appointed Commander-in-Chief South, with overall responsibility for all German operations in the Mediterranean and North Africa. Kesselring's unique understanding of both air and ground forces enabled him to coordinate their use properly, achieving results sometimes quite out of proportion to his limited resources. This was particularly true in Tunisia, where the Luftwaffe held tactical air superiority for much of the campaign. Kesselring's inner confidence and professionalism combined with a razor-sharp mind, made him a truly formidable opponent. In Italy, commanding both ground and air forces, he would conduct a faultless campaign, gradually withdrawing northwards and exacting a huge price for every Allied gain. At the start of 1943, the Allied leaders held a conference in Casablanca where they agreed a number of decisive measures regarding the future conduct of the war. One was the decision to mount an intensive combined bomber offensive on Germany using the air forces of Britain and America. The region of the Ruhr received particular attention from the Allied bombers, and for a period of 4 months this area was repeatedly attacked. These raids included the famous Dam Buster raids by Guy Gibson and 617 Squadron. As the attacks on the Ruhr were drawing to a close, a new intensified attack was about to be launched. The destruction of a whole city was now on the top of the Allied target list. To achieve this would mean the full weight of all Allied aircraft being used, and some new, innovative tactics would be needed to counter the threat of the German defences. Early bombing campaigns were haphazard and highly inaccurate. When Bomber Harris took control of Bomber Command at the start of 1942, he inherited and continued the policy of area bombing that would cause controversy and excite debate long after the war ended. To maximize the use of the growing bomber force, it was decided that the deliberate targeting of German civilians would seriously damage morale and inflict death and carnage on the industrial workers who were key to the German war effort. Harris strongly believed in this new concept and set about enforcing it with all his power. This type of bombing had not been carried out before on such a scale, and the moral implications were high. The plan was known only to key high-ranking personnel, with the air crews being told that the targets were of military importance. Area bombing would spell death for more than 600,000 German civilians. With the entry of America into the Second World War, the odds against Germany began to stack up. A policy of round-the-clock bombing was agreed, whereby the British would continue with nighttime attacks, while the Americans would bomb during the day. Initially, the British had pushed for combined night attacks, but the Americans remained convinced that night bombings were not the way forward. They believed that better accuracy could be achieved with daylight raids, and that their heavily armed planes could cope with the German fighters. They would soon learn that their trust was misplaced. One of the main operational changes introduced by Bomber Harris was the continuous bombing of a set number of key targets. This was in place of the previous wide dispersal of bombing raids that had proved so ineffective. Once the targets were agreed, combined Allied forces would bomb cities in rotation, often over a period of a few days. The phenomenon of firestorms would add a new and terrifying aspect to the horrors of modern warfare. Although cities would not be completely destroyed, the amount of death and destruction caused by the raging fires would be unprecedented. The first phase in this new tactic involved the dropping of larger, high-explosive 4,000 and 8,000 pound bombs, which were designed to create large craters. These would hamper the efforts of the emergency services when fighting the fires. These bombs would be followed up with smaller blast bombs that were designed to smash the windows of the buildings and punch holes in the roofs. The final phase was the dropping of the deadly incendiary bombs. These would start fires that would be assisted by the flow of air through the broken windows and damaged roofs. The spread of the fires would be rapid, as the targets chosen for this new tactic were the older cities with high numbers of wooden buildings. The result was a firestorm, which would spread rapidly and gain in intensity. Many people were killed by asphyxiation. As a final misery, time delay mines would then explode as the firefighting crews tried to contain the fires. This new terror would claim the lives of at least a third of all civilians killed in bombing raids over Germany. On the night of the 24th of July 1943, the RAF set off for the city of Hamburg, a town chosen for its high population, old, unstable buildings, and easily found location. To counter the defences, the Allies had devised Window, a series of metal strips capable of blinding the defensive radar of the Germans. This was dropped ahead of the main force, which left the way open to engage the target at will. The use of incendiaries was widespread, and the result was the creation of a new phenomenon that became known as a firestorm. These firestorms would claim the lives of as many people as conventional bombing during the raid. The Americans then attacked Hamburg during daylight hours on the 25th and 26th of July and added to the carnage below them. The RAF returned on the night of the 25th and then once more on the night of the 27th of July. A final attack came on the 29th of July. Each time, the fires were intensified and civilians suffered further horrendous losses. By the time the last Allied planes left the skies above Hamburg, over 50,000 German civilians were dead. A huge part of the city was left in ruins. 400,000 homes had been destroyed, transport systems left paralyzed, and over 700 factories obliterated. Around 70% of this once beautiful city was consigned to ashes. The Nazi capital of Berlin was targeted next, with the Allies sending sorties from August to the end of 1943. Harris was keen to continue his area bombing tactics, and with confidence boosted by the attacks on Hamburg, deeper penetration of Germany was made. The Americans were also selecting their own targets in 1943, with the town of Schweinfurt being chosen. Here, factories were located that produced ball bearings, an item vital in the use of most modern moving machinery. It was hoped to destroy the factories and bring the German war machine to a halt. These raids were carried out in the usual daylight fashion, with the inevitable attacks from the German fighters. Allied escort fighters were to accompany the bombers, but all did not go to plan. During the raids, the Americans lost 15% of the force sent to the target. Once again, the mounting losses to the Allies were causing grave concerns, and questions were being asked as to the benefits of the area bombing policy. Although the resources were increasing for the Allies, the countermeasures employed by the Germans were becoming more sophisticated and effective. Meanwhile, from bases in North Africa, the Allies continued to prosecute the air war against Italy. Italian morale had already been gravely undermined by the loss of North Africa and the destruction of the Italian Eighth Army on the Eastern Front. If the pressure was kept up by airstrikes and by landings in southern Italy, Allied commanders believed that Italian morale might collapse completely, leading to the defection of Italy from the Axis and a general capitulation. On July the 9th, the wind rose unexpectedly, and the normally placid waters of the central Mediterranean grew high and rough. Within a few hours, winds of 40 miles an hour were sweeping in from the west, and the invasion armada was pitching and tossing in a growing swell. Although the British landings on the east coast would be sheltered from the worst effects of the weather, the American landings, if conditions persisted, would have a dangerous combination of crosswinds and high waves. Allied leaders considered the option of postponement, but the huge operation was already too far advanced, and the element of surprise would almost certainly be lost. Fortunately, there were indications that the wind might ease off during the night. and the decision was taken to proceed according to schedule. When the Allied invasion fleet approached the Sicilian coast in the early hours of July the 10th, the high winds which had bedeviled its passage from Malta had diminished to no more than a strong breeze. Hoping for surprise, the naval guns remained silent as the assault boats crept shoreward. Then, while still dark, they erupted in fury, pulverizing the coast in response to distant enemy artillery and machine gun fire. Over the next few hours, while the warships trained their guns on targets inland, the invaders swarmed ashore in ever-increasing numbers. The enemy coastal defences proved completely inadequate and were easily overwhelmed. Their Italian garrisons were either routed or surrounded and forced to surrender. On the first day, the most determined resistance came from the Luftwaffe, flying mainly from bases in southern Italy. In the British sector, the landing areas came under intermittent attack, and a hospital ship was sunk. In the American sector, several vessels were hit, including the destroyer Maddox, which went down with heavy loss of life. These attacks persisted throughout the first 2 days of the landings, before Allied air superiority over the beaches could be properly established. The warships were also active during this period, in counter-battery fire and in breaking up enemy concentrations. 2 attempts by the Hermann Goering Division to drive wedges through to the coast were successfully defeated by accurate naval gunfire, and by the 13th, the division had gone over to the defensive. For the Allies, the initial stages of the campaign were marked everywhere by astonishing successes. All the landing beaches had been quickly secured at the cost of only a few hundred casualties, and during the first 2 days, they had put ashore 80,000 men, 10,000 vehicles, and 1,000 guns. By the 15th, the Allies had secured a firm lodgment in southern Sicily. In the British sector, Siracusa had been captured with its port facilities intact on the first day, and Augusta had been taken on the 13th. From Licata, Gela, and Scoglitti, the Americans had advanced between 15 and 50 miles inland, clashing first with the Hermann Goering Division and then with the 15th Panzer Grenadiers. Several Axis airfields had been captured and would soon be pressed into service as bases for Allied close support squadrons. West of Catania, the Germans had established strong defensive positions on either side of Mount Etna. These were held by an improvised battle group, supported by elements of the 1st Parachute Division, which had begun arriving on the 13th. On the 16th, Kesselring appointed Huber as commander of the 14th Panzer Corps, comprising all German formations in Sicily, and Luftwaffe flak batteries guarding the Strait of Messina. On the same day, he ordered Huber to begin a withdrawal to eastern Sicily and establish a defensive line anchored on the Etna Massif and running from Catania through Troina to San Fratello. On the 18th, These forces were further strengthened by the arrival of the 29th Panzer Grenadiers from Italy. West of Troina, the Axis front line was now held only by weak infantry formations of the Italian 6th Army, and on July the 19th, the Americans launched a major offensive towards the north coast and the town of Palermo. Within 4 days, all resistance had collapsed, and the whole of western Sicily had fallen into Allied hands. The fall of Palermo was a savage blow to Italian pride, and the first casualty was Mussolini, who was dismissed from office amid public protests and expressions of disgust. In Sicily, however, the Allies were making only slow progress. The Etna Massif and the rugged country around Troina provided the Germans with ideal defensive terrain, effectively cancelling out the Allies' huge numerical and material superiority. The battle for the Etna line was to be only the first in a series of battles fought in Sicily and Italy, in which the Allies would find their progress severely hindered by a combination of difficult terrain and brilliant German defensive tactics. The Etna line held throughout the first week of August, and when it was eventually breached, the advancing Allies found that the German defenders had merely withdrawn to new positions further east. When they abandoned the Etna line, the Germans withdrew only a few miles, anchoring their new positions on the town of Cesaro. Simultaneously, they began withdrawing their heavy equipment across the Strait of Messina to the Italian mainland. On August the 10th, the headquarters of the Italian 6th Army was relocated to Reggio, leaving the defence of northeast Sicily to Huber's 14th Panzer Corps. Over the course of the following week, the Germans withdrew steadily and systematically, successfully evacuating more than 40,000 of their own troops, along with 60,000 Italians from Sicily to Italy. The conquest of Sicily netted the Allies nearly 150,000 Italian prisoners, but very few Germans. The campaign in many respects had been a resounding success, in others a disappointment. Italian resistance had proved far weaker than anyone had anticipated, and the Italian navy had not even left port, despite repeated German requests for assistance. Indeed, the contribution of the Italian armed forces to the defence of Sicily had been virtually negligible, encouraging the impression that Italy herself might be a hollow shell. But the Allies had suffered heavily at the hands of experienced German formations, who had retained the initiative to the end, conducting a phased retreat and escaping almost unscathed. In the last phase of the Sicilian campaign, the Allies had agreed to follow up the capture of the island with landings on the Italian mainland. The first of these was to be mounted by elements of General Montgomery's 8th Army across the narrow Strait of Messina. The landings on September the 3rd were uncontested. The Germans had prudently withdrawn the previous night, and the Italian coastal garrisons surrendered without firing a shot. As the British 8th Army advanced northwards along the toe of Italy, The American Fifth Army, newly activated under General Mark Clark, was sailing for the Gulf of Salerno, 200 miles further up the coast. During the voyage, the invasion fleet was attacked intermittently by German bombers, and its progress was clearly being monitored by the Luftwaffe. But Allied commanders were confident of a successful operation. The landings on September the 9th were timed to coincide with a formal Italian surrender, and many of those aboard ship were expecting to walk ashore unchallenged. Their confidence was soon to be rudely shaken. When the first assault craft hit the beaches, the invaders suddenly found themselves under heavy fire. In the preceding weeks, Field Marshal Kesselring had deployed elements of 8 German divisions in southern Italy and had moved quickly, seizing control of the country and disarming the Italian army. For the Allies, the Battle of Salerno would be no walkover. On the first day, the landings were counterattacked savagely, and the fleet was harried by wave after wave of German fighters and bombers. While the assault troops swarmed ashore to seek safety and shelter behind the dunes, Kesselring was ordering reinforcements to the area for a full-scale assault on the beachhead. On September the 8th, 1943, the German 10th Army in southern Italy consisted of 8 divisions. 2 of these, the 26th Panzer and 29th Panzer Grenadiers, were withdrawing slowly northwards before the advance of the British 8th Army, and the 1st Parachute Division was deployed near Bari on the Adriatic coast to secure the line of retreat. The 2nd Parachute Division and the 3rd Panzer Grenadiers were in Rome, ready to seize power in the event of an Italian defection. The Hermann Göring Panzer Division and the 15th Panzer Grenadiers were refitting near Naples, leaving only the 16th Panzer Division at Salerno to face the American Fifth Army's attack. For the assault phase of the landings, Fifth Army had 3 divisions, with a 4th in floating reserve. Their primary objective was to secure a firm lodgment and then drive north towards Naples, which they expected to enter on the 3rd day. 16th Panzer, however, was deployed on high ground, dominating the beachhead area and the main roads leading north. On the first day, the Allies achieved only a shallow beachhead, far short of their objectives. 16th Panzer, meanwhile, deployed its artillery in the hills overlooking the beachhead and sent units to fortify the mountain passes north of Salerno. During the first 3 days, the division's main striking force was employed in counter-attacking British penetrations towards Montecorvino airfield and the important road junction at Battipaglia. On the 12th, the German defences were strengthened by the arrival of the 29th Panzer Grenadiers, and elements of the Hermann Göring Panzer Division took over the defence of the northern passes. On the same day, the Germans recaptured Battipaglia, which had now changed hands 4 times in as many days. On the 13th, they launched an attack down the corridor of the Selle River, driving to within a mile of the shore. The main weight of the attack fell on the Americans, who were thrown into confusion and very nearly routed. Indeed, so serious was the situation in the American sector that plans were secretly drawn up for an emergency evacuation. This was only averted by accelerating the build-up of reinforcements in the beachhead and by calling for support fire from the warships. During these engagements, the fleet remained under almost incessant attack from the air. 2 cruisers and a battleship were crippled and forced to withdraw, and numerous smaller vessels were sunk, including a destroyer and several transports. On the following day, the Germans attacked again, but the line held, thanks to coordinated action by Allied ground and naval forces and strong support from the air. Over a 24-hour period, Allied tactical and strategic aircraft flew nearly 2,000 sorties over the battle zone, dropping some 1,400 tons of bombs. By the 15th, the crisis had largely passed. Allied reinforcements continued to pour ashore, and the beachhead was steadily strengthened and pushed out. On the 16th, German resistance in the American sector slackened significantly, and advance units of Clark's Fifth Army met up with forward reconnaissance patrols from Montgomery's 8th, which had been pushing steadily northwards against determined German rearguards. North and west of Salerno, the British component of Fifth Army still faced strong resistance and occasional counterattacks, but it soon became obvious that these were mainly rearguard actions, and that the Germans were in the process of a phased withdrawal to the north. The arrival of Eighth Army brought the Battle of Salerno to an end and created a broad front across the Apennine spine of Italy. But the Allies had achieved far less than they had hoped. The landings had failed to exploit the opportunity provided by Italy's capitulation, and those in the Gulf of Salerno had almost met with disaster. In addition to the damage wrought on the invasion fleet, the Allies had suffered twice as many casualties as their outnumbered opponents. Indeed, Salerno had been a much tougher test for the Allies than the invasion of Sicily, and signalled German determination to hold on to Italy for as long as possible. From Salerno, the Allies made only slow progress, entering Naples on October the 1st, more than 2 weeks behind schedule. They found the city in ruins and the port unusable. What had not been damaged by Allied bombing had been systematically demolished by the Germans prior to their evacuation. Restoring order and repairing the port would take many more weeks, consuming valuable resources and further delaying the advance north. Between Naples and Rome, the Germans had reconnoitred several lines of defence. Clark's Fifth Army reached the first of those on the Volturno River on October the 8th. The line was held by 3 German divisions, but was only partially prepared, and was not intended as a main line of defence. On the 16th, after a week of hard fighting, the Germans began falling back to another, hastily improvised and temporary line 15 miles to the rear. On the Adriatic coast, the British 8th Army was also meeting stiff resistance. In early October, assault units crossed the Biferno River, but the intensity of the fighting brought the advance to a halt along the line of the River Trigno. During November, the Germans continued to pull back in stages, trading ground for time and inflicting heavy casualties on the pursuing Allies. The various dislocations and delays to the Allied timetable were now being felt by the troops on the ground. The Italian winter was setting in, and heavy rain was swelling the numerous streams and rivers, most of which ran directly across the Allied line of advance. Minor roads were often either flooded or churned to mud by the passage of so many tanks and heavy vehicles. Congestion of the few remaining major routes badly affected the movement of supplies and reinforcements. Closer to the front, the roads and main approaches were sown with mines and were often covered by enemy artillery. For the infantry, the weather brought misery, and the frustration of fighting in difficult and mountainous terrain against a skillfully retreating enemy drained morale. Compared to casualties from wounds, Allied soldiers actually suffered more heavily from sickness, including trench foot, an affliction not seen since the First World War. Italy was a campaign in which infantry and artillery played an inordinately important role. The terrain and conditions were simply unsuitable for tanks, and they were used only occasionally, mainly in a support role. Offensives were carried by mass gunfire and by infantry, attacking over rough ground or through rubble-filled streets. During November and early December, the Allied infantry fought a series of such actions, evicting the Germans, sometimes at bayonet point, from their mountain redoubts and strongholds. On the Adriatic coast, 8th Army pushed across the River Trigno, and then the Sangro. West of the Apennines, 5th Army was inching its way into the mountains overlooking the plain of Naples. But in December, both forces were beginning to come up against the forward defences of the Gustav Line, the last and by far the most formidable of the German defensive lines south of Rome. The Gustav Line ran from Ortona on the Adriatic coast, along high ground dominating the valley of the River Sangro, and then through the Apennine Mountains to Minturno, at the mouth of the Garigliano. The line was heavily fortified and hinged on the forbidding fortress abbey of Monte Cassino. The abbey commanded the entrance to the Liri Valley, the only major route through the mountains to Rome. The northern end of the Gustav Line was held by the 76th Panzer Corps, which consisted of 4 divisions. The southern end, including Monte Cassino, was held by the 14th Panzer Corps, which also consisted of 4 divisions. But it was in this sector that Kesselring expected the main Allied offensive to be launched. Here, he concentrated the bulk of his reserves, a further 4 divisions, to prevent any Allied breakthrough into the Liri Valley. Facing the 76th Corps, 8th Army had 5 divisions, but the line of advance was not promising, and 8th Army operations were to be scaled down in favour of the main effort, which would be mounted by Clark's 5th Army. For the assault on the Gustav Line, Clark deployed 2 British divisions, 3 American divisions, and 2 French divisions. He also secured the transfer of 2 divisions from 8th Army to his own. The 5th Division was slotted into the line on the left of the 56th, and the 2nd New Zealand was placed with the 45th Division in tactical reserve. Thus, massively reinforced, 5th Army would attack across the Garigliano River and its northern tributary, the Rapido, aiming to break into the Liri Valley and collapse the German defences south of Rome. The offensive was launched on January the 17th, but despite some small gains in the coastal sector by the British 5th and 56th Divisions, the main attack across the Rapido by the American 36th Division met much stiffer resistance. On the 21st, instead of reinforcing and exploiting the British bridgehead, Clark insisted priority be given to the American effort and ordered the 36th Division to renew its assault across the Rapido. While the Americans pressed their offensive against the Gustav Line, a force of 2 divisions, 1 British and 1 American, was embarking for the town of Anzio, 60 miles further up the coast, and only 30 miles from Rome. The landings at Anzio were intended to cut the lines of communication to the Gustav Line and prevent the Germans from conducting an orderly retreat. The troops went ashore on the 22nd, completely unopposed. German reserves had been called south to combat 5th Army's offensive, and there were virtually no German units for miles. Despite this, Clark instructed the commander of 6th Corps at Anzio to secure a strong beachhead before pushing inland, with the result that the element of surprise was lost, and the opportunity to win a significant victory in Italy was squandered. While 6th Corps consolidated its position and built up its supplies in the Anzio beachhead, Kesselring was ordering reserves to the area. Among the first to arrive were units of the Hermann Göring Panzer Division and the 4th Parachute Division, elite troops sent to block the main exits from the beachhead and seize control of the road and rail links between Rome and the Gustav Line. Within a few days, these would be joined by a further 6 divisions, some of them brought from as far away as France and Yugoslavia. Clark, meanwhile, had achieved little with his main offensive against the Gustav Line. In the first 2 days of the battle, the American 36th Division had lost nearly 2,000 men in repeated attempts to force a crossing of the lower Rapido. When this formation was exhausted, Clark ordered the 34th Division to attack higher up the river, hoping to take the town of Cassino and its abbey by flank envelopment. The abbey dominated the battlefield, and although not actually occupied by the Germans, possession of the hill itself and of other surrounding hills gave them a huge defensive advantage. German observation of Allied movements on the plain below was uninterrupted, and concentrated fire could be brought to bear on every attack. Once again, the American attack ran into a hail of fire, but by sheer perseverance, they carved out a bridgehead on the far side of the Rapido and began pushing forward into the hills. The first battle of Cassino was to last until February the 10th. The Americans, supported on their right flank by the French, made several important gains. The bridgehead was consolidated, and several key hills were taken, although at the cost of a further 4,000 casualties. At Anzio, there was only sporadic fighting in the first week after the landings. Kesselring still lacked sufficient strength for a decisive counterstroke, and was wary of wasting what he had in small-scale, unprofitable engagements. While reserves were assembled for a full attack, he ordered the beachhead to be contained and the Allied build-up to be disrupted by long-range artillery and airstrikes against the invasion fleet. These were murderously effective. Despite considerable losses in aircraft, the Luftwaffe inflicted immense damage, sinking or seriously damaging several warships and numerous transports. By early February 1944, the Allies had achieved only a precarious lodgment, nowhere more than 10 miles deep, and centered on the main road leading from Anzio to Rome. The original 2 assault divisions of 6th Corps, however, were being rapidly reinforced by a further 3, one of them armored, and despite the depredations of the Luftwaffe, the invasion fleet still possessed more than 20 major warships. Kesselring, by this time, had 4 divisions deployed in a defensive cordon, and 4 more assembling for an attack. On February the 7th, these were launched against a vulnerable salient created by the Allied thrust northwards. After heavy fighting, the Allies were driven back, but pausing briefly to reorganize, the Germans attacked again, driving straight down the road towards Anzio. On the first day, the Germans made good progress, punching a breach in the Allied lines 2 miles wide and a mile deep. The second day saw more modest gains as the Allies recovered and responded with local counterattacks supported by concentrated artillery and naval gunfire. The Germans pressed their offensive for a third day, but every fresh thrust was met by a deluge of shellfire and by determined fighting from the infantry. The line held, and on the 4th day, the Allies counterattacked vigorously, recovering some of the ground they had lost, but both sides were now exhausted, and both, in different ways, had suffered defeat. Although Kesselring's offensive had failed in its primary objective of driving the Allies back into the sea, it had badly shaken them and forced them back to inferior positions. More ominously, the Germans were now deploying for defense and seemed more than capable of containing the Allied beachhead indefinitely. With the failure of the 6th Corps to make progress at Anzio, it was clear that the Gustav Line would have to be taken by frontal assault. The Abbey of Monte Cassino, although unoccupied, was regarded by many Allied commanders as the single most formidable position in the entire line. The plan for the Second Battle of Cassino called for the destruction of the abbey by a massive air bombardment and for the subsequent capture of the hill and of the town below it. The destruction of the abbey, however, proved to be a military blunder of the first magnitude. The operation had been hastily mounted, and no attempt had been made to coordinate the airstrike with the ground offensive. Predictably, the ruins were quickly occupied by the Germans, providing them with an almost unassailable position. When the attack on the abbey was finally launched, 2 days later, by the 4th Indian Division, it was repulsed with heavy casualties. The attack on the town was equally unsuccessful. After a difficult assault crossing of the lower Rapido, 2 companies of the 2nd New Zealand Division fought their way through the edge of the town to the railway station. But there, they were soon counterattacked by German Panzer Grenadiers. The fighting in the town lasted for only 1 day. The outnumbered New Zealanders lacked heavy weapons, and the failure of the Indian Division to take the abbey and the commanding heights rendered their position untenable, forcing them to withdraw. Although the Second Battle of Cassino had been a costly failure, plans and preparations were already being made for a third. Once again, this was preceded by a massive airstrike, this time obliterating what remained of the town. The bombardment lasted for 4 hours, yet remarkably, failed in its main aim of dislodging the defenders. Indeed, the rubble-strewn streets proved virtually impassable to tanks, and provided the German parachutists, who had taken over the defense of the town, with an even stronger redoubt. The Third Battle of Cassino was pressed for 8 days, from March the 15th to the 23rd, and was to end in yet another impasse. In one of the most savage engagements of World War II, the infantry of the 2nd New Zealand Division and units of the German 1st Parachute Division duelled at close quarters, contesting every mound and crater. Although many of their comrades had been killed and almost all their heavy weapons destroyed in the bombardment, the parachutists rallied brilliantly, fending off with mortars, machine guns and rifles every attempt by the New Zealanders to clear them out of the town. By the 5th day, they had effectively regained the initiative and had established a strong position west of the railway station. Mounting casualties, exhaustion, and growing frustration eventually brought the battle to a halt. But the fighting among the ruins was to continue sporadically for weeks, as both sides attempted to consolidate or expand their positions. The failure of the Third Battle of Cassino finally convinced General Alexander that only a full-scale offensive against the Gustav Line could hope to succeed, and that General Clark was not the man to command the main attack. Accordingly, he stripped Fifth Army of its British and Commonwealth divisions and extended 8th Army's sphere of operations to include the Cassino sector and the entrance to the Liri Valley. The attack would be launched on a broad front, spearheaded by 9 divisions of 8th Army, and supported on the left by 4 French and 2 American divisions. Clark still retained operational responsibility for the 6th Corps at Anzio, which was reinforced by a further American division. 6th Corps was ordered to break out to the north when the main offensive was underway and cut off the German line of retreat. This was essentially the task for which 6th Corps had originally been put ashore 4 months earlier. The offensive opened on May the 11th, with a sustained artillery barrage by more than 2,000 guns. While 4 British divisions attacked across the Rapido into the Liri Valley, a Polish corps of 2 divisions attacked the Monte Cassino stronghold. The Poles were recent additions to 8th Army's frontline strength, and as well as being fresh, they were utterly fanatical and driven by an intense patriotism and hatred for the Germans. The Poles launched 2 offensives. The first made steady progress initially, but petered out in the face of bitter German resistance and fierce counterattacks. The second, mounted some days later, gained a key ridge west of the Abbey, threatening it with encirclement. Polish casualties by this time were frighteningly high, but the Poles were undeterred, either by their own losses or the ferocious fire that was directed at them from the Abbey and adjacent heights. That night, the Germans began withdrawing, and on the following day, the Poles raised a regimental pennant above the ruins of the Abbey, bringing to an end the 4th and last Battle of Cassino. While the Polish corps was fighting at Cassino, the British in the Liri Valley and the Americans on the extreme left wing were making only slow progress. The British attack, although strongly supported by artillery, faced the same problems that had defeated the Americans in January, in particular, very heavy and accurate defensive fire. In the coastal sector, the American Second Corps, consisting of 2 fresh divisions, launched its attack out of the Garigliano bridgehead. But this sector of the front had been static for months, and the German defences were well organised. In the first few days of the battle, the Americans suffered heavy casualties, achieving only minor penetrations. In the mountains to the north, however, the French were making remarkable gains. On May the 13th, they had broken through surprisingly weak German defences and were soon rapidly pressing forward through terrain previously considered by the Germans to be virtually impassable. The French breakthrough and the capture of Monte Cassino by the Poles opened the way for the Americans and British respectively. The Americans resumed their advance cautiously, but encountered only light rearguards. The Germans facing them, isolated and in danger of being cut off by the French, had quietly disengaged and were now in full retreat to the northwest. In the Liri Valley, the defence was more resolute, but the Gustav Line was no longer tenable, and the Germans everywhere were conducting a fighting retreat. By May the 22nd, the Gustav Line had crumbled completely, and a further fallback position had been breached. On the following day, 6th Corps launched its long-awaited breakout from Anzio. The German line of containment had been thinned out to provide troops for the Gustav Line, and there were no tactical reserves. Moreover, the blow fell on the weakest sector of the front. In 2 days of remorseless fighting, the Americans opened a huge breach in the defences, capturing Cisterna on the 25th, and linking up with units of the American Second Corps advancing along the coast. The bulk of the German 10th Army at this time was still well to the east, and a push north by 6th Corps, with support from 2nd Corps, would almost certainly have cut the main German line of retreat. But this was rejected by Clark, who ordered 6th Corps to turn west and head directly for Rome. The manoeuvre took almost a day to complete, and when 6th Corps resumed its offensive, it soon ran into difficulties. The approaches to Rome were strongly held by German panzer grenadiers and parachutists, and the front was heavily fortified. The attack stalled, and the offensive broke down. On 8th Army's front, the German 10th Army was now rapidly disengaging and retreating through the Liri Valley towards Rome. Against 6th Corps, the remnants of the German 14th Army held the line until the end of May, when it too began falling back. During the first 3 days of June, the Germans completed their withdrawal, extricating successfully the bulk of their forces in southern Italy, and surrendering Rome and the Tiber bridges intact to the Allies. The first American units reached the Italian capital on June the 4th. Ironically, not from Anzio, but from the Liri Valley. Yet the capture of Rome, although a great prize, had been marred by the failure of the Allies to coordinate their efforts and inflict a crushing defeat on the German forces in southern Italy. Both Clark and Alexander were at fault. Clark for his willful disobedience of orders and for his determination to see Rome liberated by the Americans. Alexander for his lack of forcefulness and resolution, and for allowing the campaign to degenerate into a race in which the only real winners could be the Germans. The American triumph at Guadalcanal forced the Japanese Imperial Command to consider a new strategy for the prosecution of the Pacific War. 6 weeks after the Japanese withdrawal, the new approach was decided. In essence, it was a defensive strategy that aimed to secure control of key strongholds across a vast front line, while allowing for the possibility of a counterattack if the opportunity existed. March 1943 also saw the agreement of the Allied strategy for the conflict to come. At the Washington Pacific Conference, the American Joint Chiefs of Staff decided to pursue a two-pronged attack through the many islands of the Western Pacific. The Southwest Pacific Command was given responsibility for an advance beginning at Guadalcanal, its task to sweep through the Solomon Islands and New Guinea towards the islands of the Philippines. In overall command, the charismatic Douglas MacArthur, the general who had famously sworn to return to the Philippines after the Japanese conquest of March 1942. To the north, the Central Pacific Area Command of Admiral Chester Nimitz was allocated the second thrust of the American offensive. This would involve a vast naval force, advancing from island to island across thousands of kilometers of ocean, from the Gilbert Islands through the Marshalls and Carolines to the Marianas. Eventually, the two prongs of the offensive would converge for a final, unified assault on the island of Formosa, before moving against the islands of Japan itself. It was an audacious plan, but the vast amount of naval material required for Nimitz's objectives was still not available in early 1943. So it was the forces of Douglas MacArthur that began the task of pushing back the frontiers of the Japanese Empire. It would be an achievement of epic proportions. In the spring of 1943, the American Southwest Pacific Command considered its options for the task that now faced them. It was already obvious that the main Japanese stronghold in the region was the fortress of Rabaul on the island of New Britain. This was the headquarters of the Japanese 8th Area Army, a force of 100,000 fighting men. If Rabaul could be destroyed, then further progress towards the Philippines would become a far easier enterprise. By early May 1943, General MacArthur and his colleagues had determined their plan. MacArthur himself would lead an advance along the northeast coast of New Guinea, driving the Japanese back before crossing over to New Britain. At the same time, his deputy, Admiral William Bull Halsey, would lead an invasion force from Guadalcanal through the Solomon Islands so that Rabaul could be attacked from two sides. The operation was given the code name Cartwheel, and on the 30th of June, 1943, the fight back in the Pacific began. That day, the 43rd American Infantry Division took to their landing craft for an assault on the Solomon Island of Rendova. The island was lightly defended, and 2 days later, the American troops were able to land on the island of New Georgia. Their objective was now the Japanese airfield at Munda. It was just 10 kilometers away, but it would take a month of bitter fighting before American troops secured the position. A massive artillery barrage was required, but not even the power of the 155mm howitzer shells could force the Japanese to abandon Munda. It took the intervention of American air power and reinforcements on the ground before the airfield was finally taken. This was an inauspicious beginning to the eastern thrust of Operation Cartwheel. Admiral Halsey knew that there were far more substantial Japanese positions located at Kolonbangara, and especially Bougainville. This was the headquarters of the 17th Army of General Harukichi Hyakutake, a veteran of the Guadalcanal fighting. But the American commander proved equal to the challenge. Much to the surprise of Hyakutake, Halsey ordered that Kolonbangara should be bypassed. Instead, he dispatched American and New Zealander troops to the more lightly defended island of Vella La Vella. 2 months later, in early November, Halsey also achieved tactical surprise by launching his attack on Bougainville from the west. General Hyakutake had not anticipated a landing in this swamp region, but by the time he scrambled his forces in response, the American Marines were establishing a bridgehead on the island. With this achieved, the Japanese commander was never able to regain the initiative, and Bougainville eventually fell on November the 26th. The eastern objectives of Operation Cartwheel had now been fully achieved. To the west, General MacArthur had also enjoyed considerable success. On the vast jungle island of New Guinea, Allied troops had been at grips with the enemy well before the attack in the Solomon Islands. Early in 1943, an Australian garrison at Wau had been engaged in a bitter fight to hold the position in the face of a keen Japanese assault. Only a last-minute airborne reinforcement of troops had saved the Australians from defeat, and the Japanese offensive was finally abandoned at the end of February. It had been a bloody engagement. 200 Australians lost their lives in bitter close-quarter jungle fighting. But 1,200 Japanese also died at Wau, and by spring 1943, the Australian troops of General Savage's 3rd Division were ready to play their part in support of Operation Cartwheel. On April the 26th, the Australian men left their base at Wau and set off towards the coast. Their destination was a position near to the Japanese base at Salamoa. It was a journey of just 55 kilometers to the east, but it would take 2 months to cover the ground. The jungle was virtually impenetrable, and the Australians also had to contend with enemy outposts deep in the rainforest. It was the 29th of June before the exhausted units eventually arrived at the coast. But they had achieved their objective. Australian troops now joined together with a landing party of American infantry to attack Japanese positions at Suramoa and Lae. Despite a vigorous defense, by the 11th of September, the Japanese were retreating into the mountains in the face of the combined Allied attack. By the 22nd of September, Australian forces had arrived at the Japanese base of Finschhafen, but the site was deserted. The Japanese now chose to concentrate their resources in the regions of Sattleburg, and it took another bloody engagement before this stronghold fell on the 25th of November 1943. But victory at Sattleburg meant that the western thrust of Operation Cartwheel had also completed its objective. The next day, some 800 kilometers to the east, American Marines completed the capture of Bougainville, and the Japanese stronghold of Rabaul was now under threat from two sides, as planned. But MacArthur and his colleagues had already realized that an assault on the Japanese Eighth Army was unnecessary. Simply isolating it would be enough. It was a far less costly approach. After establishing a defensive position on southern New Britain, early in 1944, American and New Zealand troops moved to capture the small islands to the north. The Rabaul base was effectively surrounded, and 100,000 troops found themselves cut off from the war. With this achieved, MacArthur's American forces moved against the northern coast of New Guinea. On the 22nd of April 1944, an amphibious landing of some 80,000 men arrived at the Japanese stronghold of Hollandia, only to find it abandoned. The Japanese presence on the island was now in retreat, and with the Rabaul base cut off, there was little that their commanders could do to halt the Allied progress, despite the best efforts of their men on the ground. By the 15th of September, a delighted Douglas MacArthur was able to report his arrival on the island of Morotai. The Philippines were now within striking distance. MacArthur's promise that he would return to the islands was now on the point of being realized, and the Pacific War as a whole was going to plan. In late 1943, far away in the Gilbert Islands, the men of Admiral Nimitz began their journey across the Central Pacific. But this first step gave Nimitz and his colleagues a hint of what lay ahead on the path to victory. On the 20th of November 1943, American Marines launched an amphibious assault on the island of Tarawa. Within days, the American public knew that victory in the Pacific would come at a price. Tarawa was a tiny objective, an island just 3 kilometers in length, but it took the loss of 1,000 American troops to capture it. Many of these men never reached the shore. Survivors recalled one Japanese machine gunner who trained his weapon on the opening bow doors of the American landing craft. For those troops caught in his line of fire, there was little chance of survival. Not for the last time, the warm shore waters of the Pacific Ocean were filled with the bodies of the dead. Tarawa was a taste of things to come. When the Japanese guns eventually fell silent, the island air was filled with the smell of death. Only 17 of the 4,200 Japanese defenders were taken alive. Prisoners of war would be a rare phenomenon during the Pacific conflict. For the vast majority of Japanese fighting men, surrender to the enemy was an option filled with shame. It was quite literally a fate worse than death, and it is this that provides the main explanation for the tiny numbers of war prisoners taken in the Pacific. But there was also another reason. For the Allies, taking Japanese prisoners could be a risky business. At Guadalcanal, American troops had discovered the fanaticism of their enemy. Many commanders reported occasions when a wounded Japanese came forward in apparent surrender. When an American Marine went to attend to his defeated adversary, the Japanese pulled the pin on a suicide grenade that also killed his captor. From Guadalcanal onwards, American forces remained wary of taking any prisoners alive, a concern that goes some way towards explaining the appalling death rolls that characterized the Pacific War. But the slaughter at Tarawa was still a shock to the American public in 1943, and Admiral Nimitz was determined to learn any lessons that he could from the carnage. For his next objective, the Marshall Island of Kwajalein, the American commander did everything in his power to minimize the Japanese threat before his ground troops attacked. A 3-day bombardment from the ships and carrier planes of American Task Force 58 was launched against Kwajalein before American infantrymen went ashore on February 1st, 1944. But as Nimitz must have suspected, not even this could neuter the fighting spirit of the individual Japanese soldier. On the 4th of February, the American commander was informed that Kwajalein had finally been taken. 173 men of his 7th Infantry Division had lost their lives. 4,938 Japanese had shared their fate. Even when the battle was all but lost, the soldier of the Japanese Empire refused to surrender, and it was left to American flamethrower units to complete the grim conquest of Guadalcanal. A similar loss of life was also reported on the Marshall Island atoll of Eniwetok. Here the Japanese lost all but 64 of 2,700 men by the time the island was taken on the 21st of February. Again, an initial bombardment by American naval and air forces contributed to the death toll, but as on Guadalcanal, it was a much closer kind of combat that finally secured the capture of the island. It was now clear to Nimitz and his fellow commanders that the deployment of ground troops had to be a measure of last resort. If strategic objectives could be attained without face-to-face fighting, then that would be the favoured option. Douglas MacArthur recognised this when he decided not to attack the stronghold of Rabaul. In February 1944, Admiral Nimitz came to a similar decision concerning the Japanese naval base at Truk Lagoon in the Caroline Islands. The physical capture of the island was not essential. Instead, Nimitz ordered a massive two-day air assault beginning on the 17th of February 1944. 9 waves of Hellcat fighters, Avenger torpedo bombers and Dauntless dive bombers transformed a paradise island into a scene of carnage. Of the 275 Japanese aircraft situated on Truk, just one was left in operation by the end of the so-called Operation Hailstone. With Truk now effectively isolated, Nimitz was able to proceed to his next objectives in the Mariana Islands. By now, American industrial strength was securing a strategic advantage in the war. In June 1944, Nimitz's deputy, Admiral Raymond Spruance, stood in command of a task force whose complement of aircraft carriers alone totalled 15, on board a total of 900 warplanes. The Japanese leadership knew that the balance of materials was turning against them. They also knew that the loss of the Marianas would be a catastrophe for the Empire. If the islands were lost, Japan itself would be within range of the heavy American bombers. When the first amphibious landing was made on Saipan on June the 15th, the Imperial Navy was given the task of making a desperate strike against the huge American fleet. Vice Admiral Yosiburo Ozawa now took command of a task force comprising 55 warships, including 9 carriers with 473 aircraft. These included the Zero fighter that the Americans had first encountered at Pearl Harbor and which remains one of the most famous warplanes of the 20th century. But by mid-1944, the legendary Zero found itself outclassed by the American Hellcat, and when Vice Admiral Ozawa dispatched his first wave of aircraft in the direction of the Marianas on June the 19th, 1944, he must have suspected the likely outcome. The Battle of the Philippine Sea marked the end of the Japanese ability to wage carrier warfare in the Pacific. The American task force stationed to the northwest of Guam not only possessed better aircraft, they also possessed every detail of the enemy plan of attack, having succeeded in cracking the Japanese code system. On the morning of June the 19th, 1944, Ozawa launched 4 successive waves against the American fleet. It became known as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. In just 3 hours of air combat, a total of 243 Japanese warplanes were lost. Only 30 American craft shared their fate. But the Battle of the Philippine Sea was not yet over. Despite his losses, Vice Admiral Ozawa was keen to re-engage the enemy after making a tactical withdrawal. The American Task Force commander, Mark Mitcher, was also willing to continue the fight. When his reconnaissance planes located the Japanese fleet on the afternoon of June the 20th, Mitcher ordered his Hellcats, Avengers and Dauntlesses into the air, even though their objective was at the absolute limit of their range. When the American aircraft arrived, the result was another bitter blow for the Japanese, with the carrier Hio sent to the bottom by a twin torpedo attack. But the engagements of the 20th of June 1944 were not entirely one-sided. 100 American aircraft were also lost, some of them in combat. A far greater number forced to ditch at sea after running out of fuel on the way back to the carriers. Despite this, the Battle of the Philippine Sea was a triumph for the Americans, and in Tokyo, the loss of so many Japanese aircraft forced the resignation of the Prime Minister, Hideki Tojo. The Allied assault on the Marianas could now continue without interference from the air. By July the 7th, the major objective of Saipan had been achieved, though here, once again, the occupying ground forces revealed a fanatical desire to fight to the end. On the last day of fighting, the Japanese commander Yoshitsugu Saito ordered a final infantry charge into a line of American artillery and machine gun fire. 3,000 men died, including their commander, by the ritual suicide of harakiri. With the fall of Saipan, the end began to loom for the once mighty Japanese Empire. By the end of July 1944, the Marianas were an American possession, and Japan now faced the menace of long-range strategic bombing by the B-29 Super Fortress. After Stalingrad, Hitler knew he faced the prospect of a long and exhausting war in the East. He had suffered defeats in the past, but the setbacks of 1943 had gravely weakened his armies, undermined morale, and placed additional burdens on the already stretched resources of the Reich. Yet he still believed himself marked by Providence. Victory was not yet beyond his grasp. In the East, he determined to hold fast, fighting for every town and village, while preparing for what he believed would be the decisive battle in the West. If he could win a crushing victory there, he could restore morale both at home and in the army, and with the forces released, settle his final accounts with the Russians. In the autumn, the Russians seized 3 important bridgeheads on the Dnieper, and by the end of the year, they had won control of most of the West Bank, recaptured Kiev, and cut off the German forces in the Crimea. Hitler was under no illusion as to where the battle would take place. In 1942, he had known that the Allies were not yet strong enough to mount a serious attack on the French coast. In 1943, he had judged that the campaign in the Mediterranean would take up most of the available Allied resources. But he was also aware that Italy offered only a long and tortuous road to the Reich, and that the Mediterranean was no more than a diversion. The main Allied campaign of the war, he knew, was yet to begin, and it would take place not in Italy, but in France. Outline plans for a cross-channel attack had been drawn up as early as December 1941, and within weeks, regular American forces had been embarked for England. There they would be joined by advance units of the newly designated American 8th Air Force, a mixed command of fighters and bombers charged with pursuing the air war against Germany. This build-up of men and material was recognized as an essential first step to an invasion of France. In 1942, however, insufficient forces were available for an operation of this magnitude, and most of those arriving would later serve in the Mediterranean. In 1943, the Mediterranean remained the principal theatre of operations, but the build-up of men and equipment in Britain continued. At the end of the year, Allied plans for a cross-channel attack took a step nearer to realization. At the Tehran conference, the decision was taken to launch Overlord no later than the summer of 1944. The area selected for the landings was a sector of the Normandy coastline within range of Allied fighter cover mounted from bases in Britain. The Calvados coast was part of the Great Bay of the Seine and enjoyed the advantages of good beaches and comparatively sheltered waters. Assault landings would be made on 5 separate beaches. In the west, American forces would land at Utah and Omaha beaches. In the east, the British and Canadians would land at Gold, Juno, and Sword beaches. Airborne forces would be deployed on the flanks, inland of Utah and on either side of the River Orne. The objectives of the first day were to link up the 5 separate beachheads into one continuous lodgement, 5 to 10 miles deep, to secure the principal roads and river crossings, and to throw a cordon round the city of Caen. In the days immediately following, supplies and reinforcements would be brought ashore, and the lodgement extended and strengthened. While the principal objective in the east would be the consolidation of Caen, the principal American objective would be the isolation and capture of Cherbourg. This would provide vital harbourage and an extensive rear area for the disembarkation and assembly of follow-up forces. The main thrusts of the offensive would then be mounted from the base of the Cotentin Peninsula towards Brittany and from Caen towards Paris. To ensure the success of Overlord, air and naval support was seen as crucial. Naval forces would be required for mine clearance, convoy escort, and fire support. But in the months preceding the invasion, their primary task would be to secure control of the sea lanes between Britain and the continent. These operations were complemented by air attacks on enemy shipping and by attacks on ports and harbours on the continental coast. From the end of 1943, Allied air power was primarily focused on the wider objectives of Overlord. The transportation plan, adopted by Allied planners as the most effective means of furthering these aims, called for a systematic offensive against the infrastructure of France and the Low Countries. Initially, this offensive would be concentrated on the railway system, the marshalling yards, repair shops, and major junctions. But as D-Day approached, the scope of operations would be widened to include all transport targets, as well as signals, communications, and radar networks. The purpose of the plan was to paralyze the enemy's command and communication systems, to isolate the Normandy beachhead, and to prevent the rapid deployment of reinforcements and reserves. During the battle itself, air power would play a key role, providing fighter support, close reconnaissance, and roving artillery. 1944 did not begin well for the Allied bombing campaign. They were suffering continuous losses against the expert fighter pilots of the Luftwaffe, and High Command were once again voicing their concerns. An attempt to destroy the German aircraft industry was made during the final week of February 1944 in what was called Big Week, and although the results were good, the cost was high, with over 220 planes being lost during the week-long attacks. The German fighters were becoming more numerous, and the flak defences were intensifying. The attacks on Berlin were recommenced late in 1943, but these operations over the German capital cost a further 500 bombers. In March 1944, the attention of Bomber Command was diverted away from the towns and cities of Germany and directed against the targets identified for the forthcoming Operation Overlord, the long-awaited invasion of France. Harris was bitterly opposed to this change of direction, but he was personally overruled by Winston Churchill. Although prospects did not seem bright for the Allied bombing attempts in early 1944, things were starting to shift slowly in their favour. The leaders responsible for the conduct of the bombing operations were determined to defeat the enemy by sheer weight of numbers, and they were convinced that the time was near when they would be able to overwhelm the Germans and finally defeat them. The number of planes available for the bombing offensive was on the increase. Radio direction finding was now available to aid the accuracy of raids. More importantly, the use of long-range American escort fighters was becoming more frequent, with their drop tanks that allowed them to carry more fuel in order to remain over enemy territory for longer. Now it was Germany that was being stretched in all directions. They were losing the fight in the expanses of Russia, and the Allied campaign in Italy was making noticeable progress. With the landings in the West almost inevitable, it was time to tighten the noose. The one thing vital to the conduct of a modern war is oil. The Allies identified that above all other things, lack of oil would bring the enemy war effort to a halt, and so a systematic campaign to destroy oil-producing plants, supply systems, and stockpiles began. Hitler's strategy for the defense of France rested primarily on a series of coastal fortifications known as the Atlantic Wall. Construction of the wall had begun early in 1942, when the prospect of an invasion was still distant. Priority at this time was given to the protection of military installations and major ports. Work on the wall continued throughout 1943, but with the concentration of Allied forces in the Mediterranean, there was little sense of urgency. Plans for a continuous belt of fortifications were still largely unrealized, and the wall was in most sectors far from complete. Then, in December, Hitler ordered that work on the wall be stepped up. Priority, henceforth, was to be given to the defense of the West. German strategic planning was based on a number of assumptions. The first was that landings would most likely be made within range of fighter cover from bases in England. This circumscribed an area from the Gulf of St. Malo to the Dutch coast. A second assumption was that the Allies would try to seize harbour facilities for the quick reinforcement of their assault forces. These were most extensive in the ports of the Pas-de-Calais. An attack here would benefit from the greatest depth of fighter cover, require the shortest transit time from Britain to the continent, and provide an ideal springboard for a rapid advance into Germany. Yet while this formed their basic underlying strategy, the Germans were also aware of the possibility of support or diversionary landings, and of the Allies' ability to provide air cover from carriers, and they were consequently compelled to maintain large forces in comparatively quiet sectors of the coast. For such a broad deployment to be effective, it was imperative that the landings be contested from the outset at the water's edge. Every beach between Denmark and the Brittany coast was to be made impassable. Civilian, military, and conscript labour would be called upon. Thousands of new artillery, machine gun and mortar positions were to be built by April at the latest. Every port and harbour was to be turned into a fortress, and the garrison supplied with sufficient stores to withstand a siege. Priority was to be given to the Pas-de-Calais. During the first few months of 1944, immense efforts were made to strengthen the coastal defences in anticipation of an attack in the spring or summer. Naval batteries and heavy artillery were housed in nearly impregnable concrete bunkers. Many of these guns were capable of ranging far out to sea and engaging the most heavily armed warships. On the beaches themselves, an intricate array of hazards, obstacles and traps was set out. Behind these were minefields, anti-tank ditches and ramps, blockhouses, and entanglements of barbed wire. By the end of May, the fortifications in the Pas-de-Calais would be almost complete. Those in the Normandy sector, while still far from complete, were nevertheless formidable. During April and May, German armoured formations in the west were augmented by transfers from the Eastern Front and by the arrival of new tanks and self-propelled guns from Germany. As D-Day approached, German strength in the west increased from 53 to 57 divisions. These were distributed between 4 armies in France and Belgium, an army corps in Holland with its own separate command, and a panzer reserve deployed behind the lines with its headquarters near Paris. In addition to this, the 3rd Air Fleet maintained around 1,000 aircraft of all types. These would be joined by immediate transfers from Germany in the event of an invasion. These then were the forces available to Hitler on the eve of battle. The strategy for defence was as yet flexible. No one knew for certain where the Allies would strike. The first and principal line of defence was of necessity the coast itself. Behind the Atlantic Wall lay the 4 armoured divisions of Panzer Group West. If the wall was breached, their task would be to counter-attack and contain the lodgment while forces were transferred from other sectors, and if necessary, from other fronts. In 1942, Eisenhower was sent to England to oversee the build-up of American forces in preparation for an eventual cross-channel attack. In this role, he had proved himself an excellent organizer and a skillful diplomat. As Supreme Commander in the Mediterranean in 1943, Eisenhower's task was to weld the many different nationalities into an effective fighting force. Eisenhower's management of this campaign further confirmed his reputation as an organizer, conciliator, and motivator. It was these characteristics that most marked his command during the preparatory phases of Overlord. Planning was thorough, the organization of logistics and supply meticulous, and overall strategy worked out in full consultation with colleagues and subordinates. As a field commander, Eisenhower was aware of his limitations and relied extensively on the experience and abilities of others, appointing Air Marshal Tedder as his deputy and General Montgomery as his land forces commander. Although Montgomery would direct the battle on the ground, Eisenhower would nevertheless retain executive authority and would bear ultimate responsibility for the success or failure of the enterprise. As one of the Wehrmacht's most experienced and respected officers, Gerd von Rundstedt was a popular choice as Commander-in-Chief West, but his task was far from enviable. Too often, requests for men and equipment were ignored, and his operational authority was constrained by Hitler's specific directives for the defense of France. In particular, Rundstedt had grave doubts about the value of Hitler's Atlantic Wall. Reports from Italy had indicated that coastal defences were no match for warships, and that counterattacks in coastal areas could be broken up by naval gunfire. Rundstedt's own preferences were for a defence in depth, maintaining the strongest possible force as a strategic reserve. This view, however, found little favour with Hitler, and Rundstedt's room for manoeuvre was further compromised by the appointment of Erwin Rommel as Commander-in-Chief of Army Group B. Rommel believed that in the absence of adequate air support, the coastal fortifications provided the key to the defence of the West. The success or failure of the initial landings would determine the outcome of the battle. Rommel's prestige was almost equal to that of Rundstedt. Moreover, he too had direct access to Hitler, a complication in the chain of command that could only augur ill for Rundstedt's control of the battle. The successful breakout from Salerno, in addition to boosting Allied morale, enabled assault shipping to be transferred from the Mediterranean to Britain. For a contested landing on the French coast, warships, transports, and landing craft would be required in numbers hitherto inconceivable. Of the 5,300 vessels that would form the invasion fleet, roughly a quarter were warships. Chief among these were the battleships, cruisers and destroyers of the bombarding force. In support of landings in the Mediterranean, they had demonstrated a deadly combination of accurate and heavy gunfire. This would be the battering ram that would breach Hitler's Atlantic Wall. In the air, the preparations for Overlord continued to gather pace. In 1943, the United States 8th Air Force had been joined by the 9th, a tactical command transferred from the Mediterranean. In 1944, these forces, in association with the RAF, initiated a major campaign of high-profile attacks on vital strategic targets both in France and Germany. The objective was to draw the Luftwaffe to battle and so secure absolute dominance in the skies over Europe. By the spring of 1944, Allied preparations for a cross-channel invasion were nearly complete. The build-up of men and equipment in Britain was reaching its climax. Hardly a town or county remained unaffected. Everywhere, ordnance depots, tank parks, and supply dumps proliferated. By 1944, the Allies had established a massive lead in the clandestine war of intelligence gathering and deception. While German reconnaissance flights flown over Britain had virtually ceased, those flown over occupied Europe by the Allies were growing more numerous every day. Yet aerial reconnaissance provided only a part of the volume of information that helped to formulate and refine Allied plans. A wealth of information came from the occupied territories themselves. In the preceding years, the resistance networks had been armed and organized by British agents. Almost all were equipped with radio transmitters. Information gathered by the networks was often of immense value. Reports from the resistance kept Allied planners abreast of every development: the location of fuel and ammunition dumps, enemy troop strengths and morale, and the existence of camouflaged installations, often invisible from the air. In May alone, nearly 4,000 such reports were sent to England. Some networks were inevitably discovered and compromised, but the sheer volume of intelligence gathered more than outweighed the risks involved. Another rich source of information was, ironically, the German army itself. As early as 1940, British intelligence had been regularly decoding German radio ciphers. Such an elaborate system of secrecy surrounded these operations that the German army remained utterly unaware that its security had been so gravely compromised. From these sources, the Allies knew that the Germans expected the invasion to take place in the area of the Pas-de-Calais. To reinforce this belief, and to ensure the continuing commitment of men and resources to the area, they contrived a huge campaign of deception. For every mission flown over Normandy, 2 were flown over the Pas-de-Calais. Radio traffic was artificially generated to convince the Germans that this was where they intended to land. Other clues were dropped to suggest diversionary landings would be made in Norway and in the west of France. To support these efforts, naval operations, including naval reconnaissance and minesweeping, were conducted with equal or greater thoroughness in the Straits of Dover and in the North Atlantic waters between Scotland and Norway. Even when the Allies landed in Normandy, it was hoped that these measures would still have residual consequences, causing the German High Command to hesitate, suspect Normandy of being a diversion, and maintain the concentration of troops in the Pas-de-Calais. In May, the air offensive was further escalated with systematic low-level attacks on a range of secondary targets in France and the Low Countries. These included individual transportation targets, enemy headquarters, radar and communication systems, airfields and bridges, and ammunition, fuel and supply dumps. To ensure security and to reinforce the campaign of deception, the offensive was mounted on a broad front, with the greatest concentration of attacks falling in the area of the Pas-de-Calais. Simultaneously, resistance activity was stepped up. These operations, though necessarily limited and highly localized in nature, helped to further disable the transport and communication systems and to tie up significant German forces that could be more profitably employed in coastal defense. By the end of May 1944, all of the essential preconditions for a cross-channel attack had been met. In the Atlantic and in the waters between Britain and the continent, Allied naval power was supreme. In the skies over France and the Low Countries, their air forces had achieved almost total mastery. In the months leading up to D-Day, the transportation offensive had been pressed with mounting intensity. Throughout northwest France, hardly a bridge remained intact. The radar and communication system was in ruins, and the Third Air Fleet reduced to little more than a skeleton formation. In Britain, the long period of preparation was coming to an end. The assembly of men and equipment was complete. Training programs were being wound down, final rehearsals conducted, and the men briefed. In Italy, the Allies had captured the forbidding redoubt of Monte Cassino, turned the Gustave Line, and at last broken into the Liri Valley. By the end of the month, they were advancing on a broad front. The capture of Rome was now only a matter of time. The month of June opened auspiciously for the Allies. For the Germans, it promised only further exhausting battles and a remorseless, steady withering of their strength in every theatre of operations. While every effort had been made to obtain the maximum level of surprise, it had always been assumed that the Germans would have at least 12 hours warning. To any lurking U-boat or aerial reconnaissance sweep over the channel, the sheer volume of shipping would be a clear signal that the invasion was underway. In the event, the failure of the Germans to maintain even this level of reconnaissance was to deliver to the Allies a measure of tactical surprise beyond all their expectations. The first Allied soldiers to land in France were advance units and pathfinders of the 3 airborne divisions. Yet despite the accuracy of the initial landings and the efforts of the Pathfinder forces, many of the subsequent landings were widely dispersed. In both sectors, however, sufficient forces were available in the target zones to begin moving on their objectives almost immediately. In these, the first combat encounters of the Battle of Normandy, surprise and confusion were to prove valuable allies. While these actions were going on, the invasion fleet was moving up to the lowering positions, and the warships of the bombarding force ranging their guns on the enemy's coastal fortifications. Initially, shore bombardment would be directed by aerial observation, but amongst the first troops to land would be specially trained shore fire control parties. They would maintain contact between the beachhead and the ship's gunnery control officers, calling down fire where and when it was most needed. Also landing in the initial wave were the assault engineers. Their task was to clear pathways through the minefields and obstacles, to secure safe access to the beach exits for heavy equipment, and to open up routes inland. As the first wave of assault craft closed on the coast, the naval bombardment shifted inland, and a final deluge of rockets rained down on the shore. Yet despite the intensity and weight of fire, many of the German defences remained intact. Nowhere was this more true than at Omaha. Here, the surviving fortifications were manned by units of the 352nd Division. Pinned down by small arms and mortar fire, the American forces attacking Omaha were also bludgeoned by artillery batteries sighted well inland and in constant communication with forward observers overlooking the beach. Elsewhere, the landings were more successful. On Utah, the defences were weaker and more thinly garrisoned than on any other beach. German resistance was quickly overwhelmed and the beach secured. In the British sector, the landings were scheduled to take place an hour after the Americans touched down, and the naval bombardment was more intense and prolonged. Nevertheless, numerous well-sighted strongpoints remained, and the beaches came under heavy fire. On all the British beaches, the modified tanks and specialist engineering vehicles contributed greatly to the success of the initial assault. Throughout the morning of D-Day, clearways were progressively widened, pillboxes and strongpoints demolished, and the beach exits cleared of debris and obstacles. By midday on June the 6th, the Allies had seized many of their primary objectives and penetrated inland from 4 of their 5 beachheads. East of the Orne, the 6th Airborne held a commanding salient some 3 miles deep and 2 wide. But from Sword Beach itself, the British had only managed to penetrate a mile inland. This was less than Montgomery had hoped for, and would inevitably jeopardize plans to capture Caen on D-Day. On Gold and Juno, the beachheads were more substantial, but pockets of fierce German resistance still remained to be liquidated. At Le Hamel, where a complex of fortified buildings and pillboxes overlooked Gold Beach, one company of the 352nd held out well into the afternoon. In the American sector, operations were complicated by problems of terrain. West of the Vire, efforts to expand Utah were hindered by a belt of marshes and flooded land lying directly behind the beachhead. Units of the 101st Airborne had captured the western exits of 4 causeways leading inland from the beach, but these proved too narrow for rapid exploitation. Further west, elements of the 82nd Airborne had seized Sainte-Mère-Église, but more than half of the division still remained dispersed, and many of its objectives were still held by the Germans. On Omaha, the situation was critical. Only a small proportion of the assault force had been able to get ashore. No more than a few unfortunate battalions of the 1st and 29th Infantry Divisions. On high ground, overlooking the beach, elements of the 352nd held a number of surviving forward defences. These commanded both the beach and the seaward approaches. None of the exits from the beach had been taken, and American penetration amounted to no more than a few precarious salients. The fate of Omaha hung in the balance for the rest of the day. Offshore, a force of battleships and cruisers laid down a curtain of fire a few miles inland. The objective was to seal off the beachhead and isolate the remaining defenders from any further reinforcement or resupply. Simultaneously, destroyer groups closer inshore attacked strongpoints and fortifications overlooking the beach. The landing of vehicles and supplies was suspended. Instead, further assault troops and tanks were sent in. By mid-afternoon, the situation on Omaha was no longer quite so critical. Naval gunfire had proved decisive. The forward defences were shattered, and American troops were at last pressing inland. Throughout the course of D-Day, only 2 German fighters were seen over the beachhead. In contrast, Allied air power was brought to bear on the battle with devastating effects. Nearly 15,000 sorties were flown in the first 24 hours. Enemy troop concentrations and armoured columns were attacked ceaselessly. The deployment of reserves was disrupted, and bottlenecks created by wrecked vehicles caused confusion and delays. At the eastern end of the beachhead, the advance south from Sword was running well behind schedule. 21st Panzer had been mobilized within a few hours of the first airborne landings, but it was not effectively deployed until late in the morning. Elements were sent northeast to counterattack the airhead, and anti-tank guns were deployed on high ground commanding the approaches to Caen. The city itself was defended by the Panzer artillery, while the main body of armour was directed north towards Sword. Meanwhile, the British armour and infantry were pressing slowly inland. Early in the afternoon, they overran 21st Panzer's anti-tank screen, and by 4 o'clock had reached Biville, only a few miles from Caen. West of them, the Canadians were pressing south from Juno, but between Juno and Sword, a 4-mile gap still remained to be closed. It was into this corridor that the German tanks drove. In the evening, forward elements of 21st Panzer reached the coast near Luc-sur-Mer, but without support, they were soon forced to withdraw. This failure of the Germans to mount a major counteroffensive on the first day, either against Sword or Omaha, was to cost them dearly in the following weeks. As D-Day drew to a close, Allied commanders had cause for quiet confidence. 4 defensible beachheads had been established on the French coast, and a 5th, though still vulnerable and under visually directed artillery fire, was being rapidly reinforced and pushed out. a total of 150,000 men had been landed by air and sea, at a cost of some 10,000 casualties, only a quarter of whom were killed. The establishment of a single continuous lodgement and the capture of Caen on D-Day had proved too ambitious. In some sectors, particularly that of Omaha, German units had fought with surprising professionalism and courage. 21st Panzer had been stationed closer to the coast than Allied planners had anticipated. Its counterattack had been unexpected and had blunted the drive for Caen, and although driven off, it had quickly regrouped and now stood between the British and their primary strategic objective. In the days immediately following D-Day, Montgomery's priority was to expand and strengthen the lodgement. The landings were now running between 8 and 12 hours behind schedule, and powerful German armoured formations were known to be moving into the Normandy area. To maintain the momentum of the initial assault, the Allies had to press further inland. The ultimate success of Overlord would depend upon their ability to concentrate forces and supplies in the beachhead more rapidly than the Germans could bring up reinforcements to oppose them. It was imperative to gain depth, to create space for the assembly and organization of follow-up forces, to provide room for maneuver, and to establish the logistical infrastructure to support a major campaign. In all sectors, the Allies continued to maintain pressure, pushing out the perimeter of the lodgement while their enemies desperately strove to contain it. By midday on the 7th, the British and Canadians had secured the corridor between Juno and Sword, establishing a single continuous lodgement between Port-en-Bessin and the mouth of the Orne. From Gold, units of 50 Division captured Bayeux, but the road to Caen was to remain closed for many weeks to come. Early on the 7th, forward elements of the 12th SS moved into the line to the left of 21st Panzer and the remnants of the 716th Division. Later that day, these clashed with strong Canadian forces advancing towards Caen. In a series of engagements fought throughout the 7th and the 8th, the Canadians were savagely mauled, their forward units defeated in detail, and their offensive thrown back. By the 9th, the 12th SS was firmly established in strong positions to the northwest of Caen. In the American sector, Omaha was to remain vulnerable and isolated for more than 2 days. Yet during this time, while men and equipment were pouring into the beachhead, no attempt was made by the Germans to reinforce the beleaguered 352nd or to mount a serious counterattack. The fierce resistance shown during the landings soon withered, and by the 8th, the Americans had linked up with the British advancing from Gold, secured their right flank on the Veer, and were pressing inland. West of the Veer, the Americans were meeting much more determined resistance. After their initial confusion and hesitation, the German forces in the Cotentin rallied strongly. Reserves were quickly mobilized to prevent any further expansion of the Utah beachhead. For the Americans, progress was agonizingly slow. Their airborne forces, due to be relieved once the beachhead was secure, had to be retained and deployed in offensive operations. On June the 11th, units of the 101st Airborne captured Carentan, and on the following day, linked up with troops from Omaha. By the end of the first week, the Allies were firmly established in Normandy. A further 10 divisions had joined those of the assault wave. From Omaha, the American 1st Division had pressed nearly 20 miles inland. Elsewhere, the gains were more modest. The junction of Utah and Omaha, straddling the Veer, was only a few miles deep, and Panzer Grenadiers of the 17th SS had taken up positions south of Carentan. German strength in this sector now amounted to 8 divisions, although many of these were either under strength or badly depleted. In the British sector, the capture of Caen remained a distant prospect. Here, the Germans were concentrating the main weight of their armoured reserves. Panzer Lehr moved into the line on the 9th, and 2nd Panzer a few days later. On the 13th, an attack by 7th Armoured towards Villers-Bocage was caught between these formations after its spearhead was broken by a battalion of Tiger tanks. Rommel's priority was to hold the line north of Caen. The city was the key to the open plains of northwest France. If the Allies could seize Caen and break out of the Bocage, their superior mobility and their command of the skies would enable them to fight a war of maneuver in which the Wehrmacht would be at every disadvantage. During June, 4 further SS formations were sent to Normandy, the 1st from Belgium, the 2nd from the south of France, and the 9th and 10th transferred from the Eastern Front. 3 of these would be thrown into the defence of Caen. With an almost Herculean task facing the British before Caen, the initiative passed to the Americans. Between the 13th and the 16th of June, the Americans seized bridgeheads across the Merderet and Douve rivers. Two days later, they reached Barneville on the west coast, cutting off the German defenders in the Cotentin and isolating Cherbourg. Until Cherbourg could be captured and its port facilities brought into commission, the Allied build-up depended primarily on 2 artificial harbours. These had been prefabricated in Britain and were towed across the channel in sections. Beachhead assembly began within a few days of the landings, and on June the 17th, the first of these was unloading troops and equipment in the American sector. Construction of the British harbour was slower and was still in progress when a severe storm blew up over the channel on the 19th. For 3 days, the storm lashed against the French coast. Very little could be brought ashore. 800 ships were sunk or beached, and more than 140,000 tons of supplies lost. When it finally abated, the American harbour was wrecked beyond repair, and on all the beaches, the damage was so extensive that supply schedules were in chaos. The British build-up was now 3 full divisions behind target, and the Americans were so short of ammunition that all further offensive operations in the Omaha sector were suspended. The capture of Cherbourg now commanded the full focus of American efforts. On June the 22nd, after advancing virtually unopposed through the southern Cotentin, the Americans attacked the port's outer defences. By the 26th, they had broken through to the town. German resistance, though futile, persisted for a further 3 days, enabling the port and harbour facilities to be systematically demolished. The capture of Cherbourg was to have a number of important consequences for both the Allies and the Germans. Though the harbour facilities would take many weeks of reconstruction before they could be restored to full operating capacity, the clearance of the Cotentin Peninsula would provide a comparatively secure rear area for the disembarkation and assembly of follow-up forces. For the Germans, the capture of the port and the loss of some 40,000 of their troops in the peninsula was a grave blow to the combat strength of 7th Army and to German morale in general. At the eastern end of the lodgement, there was almost complete deadlock. British efforts to dislodge the Germans from Caen had all so far failed, and a major offensive, launched in late June and aimed at outflanking the city from the west, had quickly become bogged down, achieving no more than a small bridgehead across the Ardennes. For the Allies, the situation at the end of June, though disappointing, gave little cause for serious concern. In all sectors, they held defensible lodgements and had beaten off numerous German counterattacks. The build-up of men and equipment, although now days instead of hours behind schedule, had yet progressed more quickly and efficiently than the Germans had been able to amass forces in defense. In this, air power had played a key role. In addition to those forces based in Britain, 31 squadrons were now flying from airfields in Normandy. This gave the Allies an invaluable edge. With the Luftwaffe reduced to skirmishing operations on the fringes of the battle zone, these frontline squadrons could operate with virtual impunity, providing tactical support to ground forces quickly and effectively. Other factors also operated in favour of the Allies. Throughout June, Hitler remained convinced that the Normandy landings would be followed by landings in the Pas-de-Calais. Though Rommel and Rundstedt both now regarded this as highly unlikely, Hitler refused to sanction any transfers from this sector to reinforce the 7th Army in Normandy. A few days after the initial landings, he had ordered the launching of flying bombs from bases in the Pas-de-Calais. These, he believed, would quickly force the Allies' hand, resulting in a hastily prepared attack against superior positions and troops. The missiles brought a brief reign of terror to London, bombarding the capital day and night for nearly 3 months. But they had little discernible effect on Allied strategy. Despite the elaborate campaign of deception, no plans had ever existed to attack the Pas-de-Calais in force. Ironically, of the many measures taken to combat the flying bombs, one in particular, heavy bombing of the launch sites, only served to further convince Hitler that an invasion in this sector was imminent. By the end of June, the Allied air and naval forces had transported a total of 850,000 men from England to France. These were deployed in 26 divisions, of which 5 were armoured. To oppose them, Rommel nominally had around 20, of which 8 were armoured, most of them elite formations. Though many of these divisions were gravely under strength, short of weapons, transport and ammunition, they held strong positions and had proved more than capable of a protracted and bitter defense. To break the deadlock and to counter the defensive tactics of the Germans, the Allies were increasingly resorting to brute force, specifically the pulverizing force of massed artillery. During July, the Allies continued to batter their way south. Progress was slow, often agonizingly slow. On average, no more than a few hundred yards a day. Amongst senior Allied commanders, there was a growing sense of unease. They possessed a 2-to-1 superiority in manpower. In equipment, especially tanks and artillery, the superiority was massive. In the air, they were virtually unchallenged. Yet they were unable anywhere to achieve a decisive victory. Every field was a potential killing zone, every road junction a bottleneck, and every village a fortress. On July the 8th, the British launched a fresh offensive against Caen. The attack followed a massive aerial bombardment in which much of the city was reduced to rubble. On the following day, they reached the town centre, but found the Orne bridges blown and the Germans firmly established amid the ruins on the far bank. Ten days later, the British tried again, this time attacking out of the Orne bridgehead in a bid to encircle Caen from the northeast. Impressed by the destruction wrought on Caen, General Dempsey had ordered a saturation bombardment of the German positions. More than 4,000 aircraft, combined with naval and ground artillery, to batter great swathes of territory for nearly 3 hours. The main thrust of the offensive was launched by 3 armoured divisions, all attacking in echelon out of the Orne bridgehead. These were supported by 3 infantry divisions, 2 Canadian and 1 British. The British advancing with the armour, the Canadians on the right flank, attacking through Caen. Early British intelligence appreciations had indicated the presence of only 3 German divisions east of the Orne. All of them regular Wehrmacht formations and all exhausted after weeks of heavy fighting. But there were in fact 5, 2 of them SS. The first, still relatively fresh, was the Premier SS formation, while the 12th, composed entirely of Hitler Youth volunteers, had proved itself the most formidable. Dempsey's offensive made good progress for only the first few miles, but the basic plan was flawed from the outset. Too much armour had been concentrated in the Orne bridgehead, and the tanks advanced in long columns, inadequately supported either by infantry or artillery. By the afternoon, the Germans had recovered and stabilized the front. British attacks continued for a further 2 days with only modest gains, and by the 21st, the front was once again effectively deadlocked. While operations in the British sector continued to occupy the Germans, holding down most of their armour, the Americans were building up their strength in preparation for a breakout attempt in the West. The offensive, codenamed Operation Cobra, was launched on July the 25th. In what had now become common practice, the attack was preceded by a massive aerial bombardment and supported throughout by concentrated tactical airstrikes. Under the weight of the onslaught, the thin German line quickly folded, and by the 27th, American tanks were racing through open country. On the following day, they reached Coutances, and 2 days later, Avranches, the gateway to Brittany and the west of France. The American breakout clearly signaled the beginning of the end of the Battle of Normandy. With American armor and mechanized infantry fanning out over the Brittany plains, there was no longer any prospect of the Allied lodgment being contained. Common sense dictated a strategic withdrawal, at least to the Seine. But in a final act of suicidal folly, the remnants of 7th Army and Panzer Group West were fed into an offensive that would deliver to the Allies the decisive victory that had eluded them for so long. In early August, Hitler reorganized his shattered forces in Normandy, redesignating Panzer Group West as the 5th Panzer Army and creating Panzer Group Eberbach from formations looted from 5th Panzer and 7th Army. Fifth Panzer consisted of 2 armored divisions supported by infantry. Panzer Group Eberbach accounted for the remaining 7, though many of these were now so seriously depleted as to be incapable of anything other than static defense. These forces were nonetheless now ordered to undertake an offensive in cooperation with elements of 7th Army, attacking west through Mortain towards Avranches. 5th Panzer was directed to hold the line east of the Veer. When reports of the German build-up reached Bradley, he deployed 5 infantry and 2 armored divisions in the Avranches corridor, at the same time maintaining the momentum of his own offensive to the south and east. The result was a foregone conclusion. Bradley's left held firm, while his armored spearheads pressed rapidly inland, threatening a massive encirclement of the remaining German forces west of the Seine. With most of the German armor committed to the Mortain counter-offensive, the British and Canadians were at last able to break out into the more open country to the southeast of Caen. On August the 16th, when they reached Falaise, most of 7th Army and its supporting formations were still west of the Orne. On the following day, with his forces in imminent danger of encirclement, Hitler reluctantly authorized a general withdrawal. Yet, as the trap closed, the German retreat quickly became a rout. Scattered units pressed frantically eastwards, merging gradually in a great tide of men, horses, and armor. Overhead, Allied fighters and bombers ranged at will, flying thousands of sorties every day, strafing, rocketing, and bombing the disorganized columns. For 3 days, SS units fought grimly to hold open a narrow corridor to the east. But although these actions enabled thousands of their comrades to evade capture, they could not alter the outcome of the battle. On the 19th, the British and Americans met at Chambois, closing the trap on 7th Army, on Panzer Group Eberbach, and on most of what remained of the 5th Panzer Army. Fighting continued for a further 2 days, with isolated groups escaping on foot through the Allied lines. But on the 21st, all further resistance was abandoned. Those remaining in the pocket, now leaderless, disorganized and shell-shocked, began surrendering in hordes. Defeat in Normandy was a catastrophe for the Wehrmacht. Of the 57 divisions stationed in the West in May, 40 had now either been destroyed or savagely mauled, amongst them many of the finest divisions in the German order of battle. By committing what remained of his forces to the Mortain counter-offensive, Hitler had effectively squandered his last opportunity to hold the line of the Seine as part of a phased withdrawal through northern France. Staking everything on victory, he had retained nothing in reserve for defense. When the gamble failed, the collapse was as comprehensive as it was quick. When the Allies reached Paris, they found it in turmoil. Pitched battles raged between retreating garrison units and bands of armed civilians. These clashes continued almost to the end of August, by which time a further 20,000 prisoners had been taken. From the Seine, the Allies pressed steadily north and east. Resistance was negligible. Not until they reached the borders of the Reich itself would they meet the kind of opposition that they had faced in Normandy. By the late summer of 1944, the twin thrust strategy had forced the Japanese to retreat across a vast area of territory. But the American leadership now had to consider the next steps towards the islands of Japan. Originally, the intention had been for the forces of MacArthur and Nimitz to converge on the southern Philippines and push toward the island of Formosa before heading north. But it was well known that MacArthur favoured the capture of the entire Philippine chain, and when his deputy, Admiral Halsey, reported only light Japanese defences in the south of the Philippines during a raid in September 1944, President Roosevelt decided to modify the American Pacific strategy. MacArthur would be responsible for liberating the Philippines, while Nimitz would head northwest towards Iwo Jima, Okinawa, and the fringes of Japan itself. The Pacific War was still far from over. With Japanese defences in the southern Philippines apparently light, MacArthur decided to bypass the island of Mindanao and make his landing in the centre of the country. On the 20th of October 1944, in an emotional homecoming, Douglas MacArthur once again set foot on Philippine soil, as his amphibious landing force secured their beachhead. MacArthur could take confidence in the naval force that defended him, the American 3rd and 7th Fleets, a total of 800 ships. And this vast armada soon found itself involved in the largest naval battle that the world has ever seen, the Battle of Leyte Gulf. As soon as the Japanese Imperial Command received news of MacArthur's landing, they made the decision to deploy their naval forces in a final attempt to stem the American advance. In overall command, the Tokyo-based Admiral Soimo Toyoda. At sea, Admiral Takeo Kurita took charge. And it was this 55-year-old commander who almost pulled off a famous victory. Kurita's plan was to engage the American fleet positioned to the east of the Philippines in support of the landings at Leyte. 39 warships would attack from the west in a two-prong pincer, but Kurita also deployed another decoy carrier group in the direction of the northeast. This was a force that was superficially strong. 17 vessels, including 4 aircraft carriers under the command of Admiral Yosiburo Ozawa. But there were virtually no aircraft on board. The whole group was a sacrificial offering, intended to lure Admiral Halsey's Third Fleet away from its position in support of the Leyte landings, and the American commander took the bait. On the 24th and 25th of October 1944, the Battle of Leyte Gulf unfolded. For the Japanese, the results were initially mixed. Although the US carrier Princeton was destroyed in a dive bomber attack, American aircraft succeeded in destroying the huge Japanese battleship, the Musashi. Worse still, the southern half of Kurita's pincer found itself trapped overnight in the narrow Surigao Strait, where its vessels were wiped out by the big American naval guns. But Admiral Kurita's northern group remained intact, having made a tactical nighttime withdrawal to the San Bernardino Strait, and the American Third Fleet was now sailing away from this main Japanese deployment. During the afternoon of October the 24th, Admiral Halsey was informed of what appeared to be the main Japanese attack force. The commander already revelled in the nickname Bull Halsey because of his habit of making immediate charges on the enemy, and now he lived up to his reputation. By ordering his fleet to sail north, he left the 7th Fleet of Admiral Kinkaid exposed, and in the morning Admiral Kurita sailed into Leyte Gulf to face a drastically weakened force. The decoy plan had worked. Kurita's battle group now engaged the American battle group known as Taffy 3, and Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague found himself outnumbered. 3 of his destroyers were sunk. The carrier Gambler Bay also went down, as the American ships manoeuvred desperately to escape Kurita's attack. Appeals for help were sent to the departed Halsey in the north, but it was only when Admiral Nimitz himself intervened that the Third Fleet finally turned around. Halsey had been fooled, and his fleet was still unable to assist his colleagues. The American landings on Leyte were in real danger. But now the Japanese commander made a mistake of his own. Uncertain of the size of the American force that faced him, Admiral Kurita decided to withdraw. The Americans could hardly believe it. Their landings on the Philippines were secure. But the Battle of Leyte Gulf had one final sting in the tail. On the evening of the 25th of October, the American 7th Fleet was attacked by a new kind of weapon from the air. Obsolete aircraft, packed with explosives, and piloted by young Japanese men fully aware that they would die in the course of their mission. These were the pilots of the so-called Divine Wind, the kamikaze. And it was at Leyte Gulf that the Americans first felt the power of the suicide bombers. In the months that followed, a total of 40 American ships were destroyed by this unsettling weapon of last resort, and thousands of lives were lost in the process. If there were any lingering doubts about the willingness of the Japanese to die for their country, the introduction of the kamikaze removed them once and for all. Despite this, the American bridgehead on the Philippines was secure by the end of October 1944, and there could be no doubt in Tokyo that the war was now a lost cause. The Battle of the Philippine Sea had wiped out the Japanese power in the air, and the Battle of Leyte Gulf marked the final effective appearance of the Imperial Navy. But the fanatical resistance of Japanese ground troops continued, and it was this that led the United States to consider the use of terrifying new weapons, finally to bring the war to its end. Despite the military setbacks of 1944 on both the Eastern and Western fronts, Adolf Hitler still hoped that he could snatch a last-minute victory. The doubts of military commanders were furiously dismissed as defeatist and traitorous, and Hitler increasingly chose loyalty and fanaticism over military competence. Hitler believed that the alliance formed against Germany was fundamentally an unnatural one, and was sure that the pact between communist Russia and the capitalist West could not possibly last. Hitler also knew of the growing tensions between Britain and America, and did everything in his power to drive a wedge between the Allies. The Führer believed that to destroy the Western Alliance, the Wehrmacht and Luftwaffe had to inflict such terrible casualties on the Americans in particular that they would become too demoralized to fight on. The British would be unable to win victory alone and would be forced to come to terms. With the war in the West over, Hitler could then transfer all his forces to the Eastern Front and defeat the Red Army. To this end, Hitler ordered his Wehrmacht to hold firm at all costs. They were never to give ground, and they were never to surrender. The Soviet offensives of early 1944 had, in the north, driven the Germans back to the borders of Estonia. To the south, the Red Army had struck in the Ukraine and had destroyed the entire southern wing of the German armies. The next stage was to finish clearing the enemy from the rest of Soviet territory. The main thrust of the Russian summer offensive, codenamed Bagration, was against the German Army Group Center. The first blows fell on June the 22nd, and within 2 weeks, 3 Russian fronts had ripped through German lines, destroying 28 divisions and retaking Minsk. On July the 13th, 1st Ukrainian and 1st Belarusian fronts were thrown at Army Group North Ukraine. 2 weeks later, the Red Army reached the river Vistula. And on August the 1st, the Polish capital, Warsaw, exploded in an uprising. To the north, the front line was pushed almost as far as Riga. In 5 weeks, Germany had lost 350,000 men, a disaster greater than Stalingrad. The Allied strategy for the final invasion of Germany had been drawn up before the Normandy landings had begun. Senior army commanders, hoping to win the war with as few more casualties as possible, believed that Berlin had no military benefits which could justify an extra 200-mile advance. In any case, the Allied hope was that the occupation or complete destruction of the industrial Ruhr would by itself prevent the Germans from fighting on, and so end the war before the year was out. On the way to the Ruhr, the Allies would be faced by a series of rivers and canals, formidable natural obstacles. By far the greatest was the river Rhine, symbolic frontier of the German homeland. Many Allied commanders hoped that the mere act of crossing the Reich's last barrier would result in a complete breakdown in German morale. Resistance, they believed, would crumble away, and a quick victory would be achieved. Allied spearheads had already proved themselves capable of advancing more than 75 miles a day, and by early September 1944, the Rhine lay just 70 miles from the front. The Allied advance through France had been much more rapid than the planners had anticipated, and as the supply lines were now stretched to the very limit, several generals had drawn up alternative strategies for the invasion of Germany. These new plans would not only better utilize the overstretched Allied resources, but keep the initiative against the retreating German armies, preventing them drawing breath and mounting a coordinated defense. The original Allied plan for breaking into Germany would utilize three massive army groups, with American, British, Free French and Canadian armies drawn up along a continuous line opposite the German border. The armies would first have to secure the great port of Antwerp and be completely resupplied from Britain. When fully up to strength, the Allies would advance on a broad front behind two main thrusts towards the River Rhine. Once the west of the Rhine had been cleared completely of all German resistance, the Allies would mount a crossing at numerous points along the river. Once the Rhine was finally breached, the defenseless Ruhr industry could be encircled, quickly occupied, and the war brought to a rapid conclusion. The new proposals, instead of a broad front advance, called for just one narrow thrust into the heart of the Reich. The British wanted to attack through the north of Germany, while the Americans proposed their assault should penetrate further south and strike for the Nazi heartland. Both the British and American generals believed that if their strategy was the one implemented, then the war could be over by the end of October 1944. The Allied Supreme Commander, examining the alternative strategies for the invasion of Germany, could clearly see the benefits of each. The broad advance would need many weeks for the exhausted armies to recover and resupply, but it did have the advantage of producing a certain outcome. The alternative narrow thrust, although it would have a much less predictable result, could be mounted immediately. An immediate narrow thrust that could soon end the war was a highly attractive proposition, but political considerations weighed against such a move. Anglo-American relations were strained enough without allowing one ally to reap all the glory. It was decided to maintain the original strategy of a broad front advance and complete the resupplying of the armies before beginning the final assault. Hitler and his senior Wehrmacht officers understood clearly that the only possible hope the Reich had for avoiding defeat was to undermine and destroy the alliance formed against them. The Germans planned to effect this with a combination of all-out counterattacks, deadly new revenge weapons, and fortified fixed defenses. To demoralize the American forces still further, German intelligence used cleverly targeted propaganda. Leaflets and radio broadcasts continually told the American GIs that while they were doing all the fighting, the British were resting in the quiet sectors, saving their own lives at American expense. If the Allies did manage to penetrate as far as the German frontier, they would meet formidable fixed defences. Even before the outbreak of war, the Third Reich had begun fortifying its borders. The West Wall, better known to the Allies as the Siegfried Line, was a series of fortifications stretching all along the German boundary with France. It was made up of pillboxes, anti-tank obstacles and mines. But since the Germans had banked on halting the Allies in Normandy, the West Wall had been allowed to decay. In the autumn of 1944, it was hastily improved and reinforced, and although most of the reinforcements were youths and old men, they would be extremely well armed. The Ruhr, Germany's industrial heartland, lay less than 50 miles from the Reich's border. The Ruhr's main protection was the West Wall, or Siegfried Line, 3 miles deep and running from the southern border all the way to Holland. Before the Allies could enter the Ruhr, they would have to cross several natural barriers, one of the greatest being the River Ruhr. The Ruhr was dammed in 7 places, and the largest dam, the Schwammeneuil, was 180 feet high. These dams could be opened by German engineers at any time, making the river totally impassable, or cutting off any enemy forces that had already crossed. 25 miles east of the Ruhr was the River Rhine, one of the largest and fastest flowing rivers in Europe. All the Rhine's bridges had been primed with explosives, to be detonated when the Allies were just a few miles away, making an Allied forced crossing extremely hazardous. In addition to fixed defences, the Germans had improvised several tactics to prevent the Allies from crossing the rivers Ruhr and Rhine. Speedboats were packed with 100 pounds of explosives and were intended to be aimed at bridges or pontoons being constructed by the enemy. The crew would jump off at the last moment, and the boat would race on to its target. The German soldiers defending the Reich were under strict orders never to give ground. But if forced to withdraw, they were to leave nothing intact for the Allies. Every single bridge and every vehicle that could not be taken away was to be destroyed. The Germans had to make the assault on the Reich as difficult and as costly as possible. Every day that the war was prolonged was another day for the alliance to break and for the Germans to wrench victory from the jaws of defeat. The growing Anglo-American rift that Eisenhower had to contend with at the political level was nothing compared to the outright hostility between several military commanders. In particular, there was open rivalry between 2 of Eisenhower's most famous subordinates. The British Field Marshal Montgomery was a single-minded and determined commander and had led all Allied ground forces during the Battle for Normandy. As a result, he considered himself to be Eisenhower's number 2, but by early September, the American General Bradley was equal in rank. However, Bradley had few concerns other than to defeat Germany. And it was his brilliant spearhead commander, General George Patton, who became Montgomery's main challenger for glory. The contest between Patton and Montgomery to become the greatest Allied general would shake the Western Alliance to the very core and test to the limit even the diplomatic talents of General Eisenhower. The Allied advance from June to September 1944 had been achieved more rapidly than the planners had anticipated, and now the greatest single threat to continued Allied success was from overextended supply lines. Each infantry division required 20,000 tons daily, all of which still came from Normandy. Every effort was being made to ensure the Allied spearheads were given the fuel and ammunition they needed. The most important was Operation Pluto, the laying of a series of pipelines under the sea, which directly connected Britain and France. The coils, weighing more than a destroyer, could reel out 70 miles of pipe. Once connected to the mainland, pipelines were laid all the way across France to the Allied front. In preparation for the D-Day landings, the United States Air Force and Britain's Royal Air Force had dropped thousands of tons of high explosives on Wehrmacht road, rail and communication networks. Now that the ground forces were well established on French soil, the air forces could return the bombers to their original task of pulverizing German industry. Senior Air Force commanders believed that their efforts to destroy the Ruhr industry might yet produce the total collapse of Germany without the need for an actual invasion. As the liberation of France had progressed, the number of targets for the air forces had steadily diminished. This meant that ever greater numbers of aircraft could be concentrated against an ever-decreasing number of targets. The raids over the Reich were becoming heavier and heavier, and it was felt that the time was right to deliver another fire raid upon a German city. Darmstadt was to receive its death blow between the 11th and 19th of September 1944. The RAF went in first, using the tried and tested methods employed in Hamburg. In the first hour alone, conventional bombs killed over 10,000 civilians. The incendiary bombs came next, and the recorded temperature of the attack in the city exceeded that suffered by the residents of Hamburg. The result, however, was the same. Over 50% of the city was destroyed, and tens of thousands of civilians lost their lives. The attacks upon the infrastructure of the Reich were finally delivering the sort of results envisaged in the early stages of the war. All essential supplies, oil, water, road and rail network, were under severe pressure, and the combat capabilities of Hitler's Germany were being fatally undermined. The final year of the war saw no let-up in the Allied bombing campaign. The Luftwaffe employed increasingly desperate measures, but they were too little, too late. The jet fighters of the Luftwaffe did strike fear into the heart of the Allied bomber crews, but there were simply not enough of them to turn the tide of the war. By early September 1944, there were over 2 million Allied troops in France. 4 massive armies of Americans and 3 more armies made up of mainly British, Canadians and French. Since the D-Day landings, the Allies had suffered nearly 250,000 dead, wounded and missing. For most Allied troops, the fighting in Normandy was the first action they had seen. Their training for combat in the months preceding D-Day had been rigorous and extensive. They were also extremely well equipped, mostly with American weapons, and during the liberation of France, each Allied soldier had received daily more than twice as much rations and ammunition as his German counterpart. In the last 3 months, the Allies had advanced over 300 miles, and morale was exceptionally high. There was a firm belief throughout the ranks that the war could be over by the end of the year. However, this optimism occasionally drifted into complacency. To many Allied soldiers, the Germans seemed clearly beaten, and many saw no reason to die when the war was so nearly won. During the battle for the Rhine, the Wehrmacht would exploit this weakness to the full. At its peak, the German army had more than 200 full-strength divisions in the field. But 5.5 years of continual conflict had steadily taken a toll on the Wehrmacht's fighting capability. By September 1944, most of the remaining 224 divisions were merely fragments of the original formations. In Western Europe, since the Allies had landed in Normandy, the Wehrmacht had lost more than 2,000 armoured vehicles. Less than 100 had managed to escape from France. The German army's communication networks had also been badly hit by Allied bombing, and its supply levels had been greatly reduced. However, the remnants of the Wehrmacht were now close to, or actually in, Germany. This meant they were not just nearer to headquarters, which allowed improved coordination, but also their supply lines were much shorter, enabling faster deployment of replacements and reserves. Over the last few years, German production of armour and aircraft had been severely disrupted by the Allied strategic bombing offensive. However, in the first half of 1944, the Allies had switched the bombing offensive to transport and communication targets in France, in preparation for D-Day, and German industry had made a rapid recovery. It even surpassed previous output. However, after June, production dropped off rapidly as factories and raw materials fell to the Allied advance, and the Allied bombers returned to pound German industry. As weapons stock fell, the problem for the army was compounded by the Nazi leadership, which equipped raw replacement units with the best, while starving veteran divisions of weapons and ammunition. By the autumn of 1944, the Luftwaffe had surrendered control of the skies to the Allied air forces. On D-Day, it had only managed 250 sorties, compared to 14,000 by the Allies. Over the next few months, although it was equipped with advanced aircraft, it could do little but fight a delaying action. Nevertheless, the Luftwaffe fighters would continue to rip into Allied bombing formations until their airfields were captured by the advancing Allied armies, or until they were grounded by fuel shortages. After liberating Brussels on the 3rd of September 1944, the British Army raced immediately for Antwerp, the second largest port in Europe. The capture of Antwerp was essential if the Allies were to build up the gigantic amount of supplies needed to launch the invasion of Germany. Although the British 11th Armoured Division liberated Antwerp on the 4th of September, the Germans held several islands in the estuary near to the city. Until these German strongholds were destroyed, the Allies would be unable to use the river, and the port would remain closed. In the second week of September, with Antwerp unlikely to be operational in the immediate future, the British proposed an imaginative plan to cross the Rhine without delay. To head off American protests, It was a modified version of their original plan, a compromise, which would not use up all the available supplies. Codenamed Market Garden, it would be mounted without the need for a massive and time-consuming build-up of supplies. Not only this, Market Garden would also outflank Germany's Siegfried Line. On September the 10th, Eisenhower gave Market Garden the green light. Montgomery had just 7 days to finalize plans for the largest airborne offensive in history. Operation Market Garden, the British plan to seize a bridge on the River Rhine, was scheduled for the 17th of September 1944. However, with less than a week to go, there were already major problems. British planners had underestimated the sheer quantity of supplies the operation would need. They were forced to recommend to the Supreme Commander, General Eisenhower, that the offensive be postponed for a week. Eisenhower knew that German resistance was stiffening daily, and any delay would mean a stronger German defense and heavier Allied casualties. To the fury of his American generals, he ordered resources shifted from the south to support Market Garden. Allied commanders believed that the area of the planned attack was lightly defended. A persistent mist over the landing zones had hampered reconnaissance, and although there were reports that the remnants of several panzer divisions were in the region, these reports were dismissed. By the 17th of September, as planned, 3 airborne divisions were ready to drop deep behind enemy lines. To pave the way for Operation Market Garden, on September the 16th, Allied bombers launched heavy attacks in and around the target area. German army barracks and local air defences were hit repeatedly. The following morning, the airborne landings began. Because of a shortage of transport aircraft, the landing forces had to be dropped in waves, even though it weakened the impact of the assault. As the first wave of nearly 20,000 paratroops and glidermen dropped into 3 main landing zones, only a few aircraft were shot down. However, many gliders broke their tow ropes and were lost. Of the 3 attacking formations, it was the British 1st Airborne Division that was charged with securing the operation's main objective, the bridge over the River Rhine at Arnhem. Because of the fear of heavy flak around the town, 1st Airborne had dropped 8 miles away. There was already the risk of losing the element of surprise. But to make matters worse, by a stroke of bad luck, the lost gliders contained nearly all the force's armoured jeeps. Even at this stage, the division was having trouble with its radios. But there was worse to come. Almost immediately, the force ran into the 9th SS Panzer Division and found itself involved in heavy fighting. While the British 1st Airborne Division had landed west of the Rhine Bridge at Arnhem, the American 82nd Airborne had landed near Nijmegen, intending to seize bridges over the River Waal and on the Meuse. Meanwhile, the US 101st Airborne had landed just north of Eindhoven, aiming to secure bridges over nearby canals. At the same time as the airborne attacks, a ground assault, spearheaded by the British 30th Corps, had struck northeast and was aiming to meet up with the airborne formations dropped behind enemy lines. The initial wave of 1st Airborne Division, dropped outside Arnhem, had been blocked by 9th SS Panzer Division at the village of Oosterbeek. Only 500 paratroops of the 2nd Parachute Battalion succeeded in getting into Arnhem. The battalion seized the northern end of the Rhine bridge, but elements of the 10th SS Panzer Division prevented a crossing, and the battalion was isolated. A second wave of paratroops was dropped at Oosterbeek and attempted to break into Arnhem, but was blocked by the Germans. The Allies tried to airdrop supplies to 1st Airborne, but the target was missed and the supplies fell into German hands. The 1st Polish Parachute Brigade landed south of the Rhine, meaning to link up with the British, but the Poles were foiled by a strong German defence. There was still no sign of the Allied ground forces supposed to link up with 1st Airborne. On the 21st of September, the British force holding the northern end of the bridge at Arnhem surrendered. It had lost half its men. 4 days later, 2,000 survivors of the 1st Airborne Division's battle at Oosterbeek withdrew back across the Rhine, leaving Arnhem to the Germans. Although Operation Market Garden had failed in its main objective to capture a bridge over the Rhine, there had been some success elsewhere. 30th Corps had relieved the American 101st Airborne at Wegel, and the next day had pushed on to meet 82nd Airborne south of Nijmegen. After hard fighting, and in spite of fierce German counterattacks, the 82nd had succeeded in capturing the Waal Bridge. For General Eisenhower, in spite of the success of some of the airborne forces, the failure of Market Garden to deliver the promised Rhine crossing proved the folly of a narrow front attack. As for Montgomery, his reputation had suffered a severe blow, and he would never regain his former influence with the Supreme Commander. By late September 1944, in the wake of the failure of Operation Market Garden, the Allies had been forced to realize that the war was not going to be won by the end of the year. Supplies were still a problem, and while the Allied armies were building up for the next major offensive, the generals had to decide whether to dig in and take up defensive positions for the winter, or maintain pressure on the Wehrmacht by relentless attacks. Already the weather had turned cold and wet, but Allied commanders decided to give the Germans no breathing space. A limited offensive would be launched to push the front right up to the Siegfried Line. At the same time, in order to open up the port of Antwerp, a concerted effort would be made to clear the remaining Germans from their island sanctuaries in the Scheldt estuary. It was units of the German 15th Army that continued to resist in the Scheldt estuary, and along with dense German minefields, blocked Allied access to the port of Antwerp. On the 1st of October, the Canadian First Army attacked, with its main thrust towards the German stronghold on Beaverland. German resistance was determined, but by the 16th, Woensdrecht was captured, trapping the Germans on the peninsula. The Canadians cleared the northern coast of the mainland, but it took 2 more weeks to reach Goes and secure the peninsula. The Germans were forced to flee to Walcheren. On the 1st of November, the British Royal Air Force bombed Walcheren's dikes, flooding much of the island. The 1st Canadian Army then launched a powerful amphibious attack. It took a week of fierce fighting before Walcheren was in Allied hands. Only then could the task of sweeping the estuary for mines begin. By now, the Allied front was advancing towards the Siegfried Line. The line was defended by the German 7th Army in the north and the 1st and 5th Panzer and 19th Armies in the south. The British 2nd Army attacked north and southeast through the Peel marshes, while the US 3rd Army began pushing through the heavily defended Saar region, with its right flank laying siege to Metz. As the 7th Army struck towards Strasbourg and the French attacked through Belfort, the US 1st and 9th Armies, pushing towards Aachen, entered the Hurtgen Forest, an area of more than 30 square miles. The intention was to capture the city and push on towards the Siegfried Line. The drive through the Hurtgen Forest in early October 1944 was supposed to be part of a limited offensive. What no one had expected was that it would turn into a major battle, and one of the bloodiest yet fought by American troops. Once inside the Hurtgen Forest, the Americans quickly found that the German 1st Parachute Army had strongly fortified every town and village in their path. Even worse, the west wall ran right through the middle of the forest, and its defences had been heavily reinforced. Nor could the Americans get help from their normally overwhelming air power. The forest was simply too dense for accurate bombing. The city of Aachen was the most strongly defended in the Hurtgen Forest area, and one of the Allies' main objectives. The Germans put up a determined fight, inflicting heavy casualties on the Americans. But on the 21st of October, Aachen fell. It was the first German city to be captured by the Allies. The grim battle in the Hurtgen Forest continued for another 3 weeks, until finally, in early December, 1st and 9th Armies reached the banks of the River Ruhr. The struggle to clear the Hurtgen Forest had cost the 2 American armies 35,000 dead and wounded, and reduced several divisions to tatters. Further south, Patton's 3rd Army had also faced stiff opposition, especially around Metz. The city eventually fell on the 18th of November. Just over a week later, 3rd Army began its assault on the Siegfried Line. By the first week of December, despite fierce German resistance, American men and armour were pouring through the breaches. While 3rd Army had been smashing its way through the Siegfried Line, the 1st French Army had secured the Belfort region and was steadily destroying the 19th German Army. On the 23rd of November, the US 7th Army had reached Strasbourg, and the following day, the city fell to the French troops of the Army's 2nd Division. By now, the Scheldt estuary had been cleared of mines, and the first Allied merchant ships had entered the port of Antwerp. In its first week of operations, the port handled more than 10,000 tons of supplies a day, and the figure was rising fast. Allied commanders were now confident that their armies would soon be fully supplied and would be ready to launch a full-scale offensive against Germany early in the new year. In the drive to conquer the German homeland, the Allies would have to cross several major obstacles before they would even reach the River Rhine. With the Siegfried Line now breached in several places, the next great barrier was the River Roer. Engineers using models of the Roer and its surrounding countryside were already trying to predict for Allied planners what would happen if the Germans flooded the river and how the attacking forces might cope. As plans intended to deal with this and countless other contingencies were devised, the Allies were confident that all such obstacles could be overcome. What no one amongst the Allied commanders suspected was that the Germans were not going to wait passively for the great offensive to begin. Hundreds of thousands of American soldiers, expecting to sit out the winter in relative peace, were to be the victims of one of the most audacious counterattacks in history. Hitler and his senior Wehrmacht commanders had been planning to launch a major counteroffensive against the Allies since mid-September. The objective of the attack was to capture Antwerp. Not only would the capture or destruction of Antwerp prevent supplies reaching the Allied armies, it would also split Allied forces in two, demoralizing the alliance and forcing its leaders to negotiate. For the attack, Hitler concentrated the best of his remaining forces in the west. 240,000 men in 28 divisions, with 1,200 tanks and assault guns. The offensive began at 05:30 on December the 16th, with a barrage by 900 German guns. 1 hour later, 3 German armies smashed into the American front line. By now, the front line in the west followed the course of the Roer, Our, and Saar rivers. In southern Belgium, the line faced the Ardennes, a hilly and in places heavily wooded region. It was through this area that Hitler intended to thrust towards the bridges over the River Meuse and the port of Antwerp. For the attack, the Germans had deployed the newly formed 6th Panzer Army, together with the 5th Panzer and 7th Army, facing the weak gap between the American 1st and 9th Armies. Although the thrust by the 6th Panzer Army made slow progress, a spearhead managed to break through the American line and dashed headlong for the Meuse. To the south, 5th Panzer Army punched right through the inexperienced 106th Division, but then its advance was slowed by the veteran 28th. Eventually, 5th Panzer Army did break through, reaching Saint-Vite and the vital road junction of Bastogne. However, the Germans failed to take the town, which was soon reinforced by the American 101st Airborne Division. Although some German units then bypassed Bastogne and charged for the Meuse, the main advance was blocked. To Allied commanders, the German offensive through the Ardennes had come as a stunning blow. No one had believed that the Germans were capable of mounting a large-scale attack. Nor had anyone imagined that Hitler would be so foolish as to risk his last remaining forces in one great gamble. The shock was deepened by the German use of special units, dressed and equipped as Americans, to sow confusion and mistrust in the American ranks. The Germans' success in the attack so far had been, in part, due to the weather. Many of the attacking troops were veterans of the Eastern Front and accustomed to the harsh wintry conditions. Dense cloud cover had also denied the Americans use of their reconnaissance and ground attack aircraft. However, in spite of these advantages, the attack was already behind schedule. The Americans had refused to surrender at Bastogne, while elsewhere, blown bridges had slowed the advance, and all German units were suffering from a desperate shortage of fuel. Meanwhile, the Allies were recovering from the first shock of the onslaught. Almost at once, Eisenhower had moved to try and stabilize the situation in the Ardennes. Although it angered some American generals, he transferred command of the US 1st and 9th Armies away from Bradley and gave it to Montgomery, who was north of the Bulge and so better placed to command. Montgomery acted quickly, reinforcing the Meuse bridges with the British 30th Corps, while the 1st and 9th rallied and blocked any further German advance towards the river. While Montgomery was strengthening the Allied defence in the north, Patton's Third Army had made an extraordinarily rapid 90-degree wheel and had ploughed into the German southern flank. On the 26th of December, the 3rd broke through to relieve the defenders of Bastogne. Already the weather had cleared, unleashing Allied air power, while crippled by lack of fuel, the Germans ground to a halt at Dinant. The Allies had contained the German thrust, and now they began to squeeze out the massive bulge in the line caused by the German advance. Allied forces met up at Houffalize, and by the end of January, they had pushed the Germans back to their start positions. In the struggle that became known as the Battle of the Bulge, the Allies had lost almost 90,000 men, killed, wounded, and captured, nearly all of them Americans. The Germans had lost 120,000, many of them because Hitler had refused to allow a timely withdrawal, even when the offensive had clearly failed. 600 German tanks had been destroyed, along with vast numbers of heavy weapons of all types. Months of the Reich's war production had been expended for nothing. Although at the Bulge the United States had won a sizable victory, the battle in the Ardennes had forced Eisenhower to face several uncomfortable facts. In the early stages of the fighting, American morale had fallen apart. Thousands had deserted, and the first GI for nearly 100 years had been executed for cowardice. For the Supreme Commander, it was a worrying picture, and the situation was made more difficult by the attitude of Field Marshal Montgomery. Shortly after the battle, Montgomery had hinted publicly that as he had been given temporary command of the US 1st and 9th Armies, he had saved the Americans from certain defeat. The American generals were furious, and Eisenhower threatened to resign if Montgomery did not do so first. By the start of 1945, relations between the American and British military had sunk to a new low. However, the crisis was averted when Montgomery apologized to Eisenhower. Even the willful and stubborn British Field Marshal had been forced to concede that with the Allies about to embark on the last great attack on Nazi Germany, unity was everything. The German counterattack in the Ardennes had succeeded in delaying the Allied push on the Rhine by only 6 weeks. By the end of January 1945, the supplies needed for the Great Assault were almost in place, and all 3 Allied army groups were poised to launch the offensive. Each army group had devised its own plans for reaching the River Rhine. Montgomery's 21st had a 2-pronged strategy, Operation Veritable and Operation Grenade, both timed to begin on the 8th of February. Both prongs involved attacks through a heavily wooded region called the Reichswald. However, unknown to the Allies, the German 1st Parachute Army had heavily reinforced the Reichswald right in the path of the offensive. The climate also favoured the Germans. By now, the winter snow had begun to thaw. Floods and mud would seriously reduce the attackers' mobility. Operation Veritable, the 21st Army Group's northern thrust, began on schedule on the 8th of February. The greatest artillery barrage yet seen in the West numbed the first line of defenders. However, as British and Canadian troops plunged into the wooded region of the Reichswald, the 1st Parachute Army put up a bitter fight, holding out for more than a week. The Canadians and British finally captured the towns of Cleve and Goch and broke through to secure the west bank of the Rhine, from Emmerich to the German town of Wesel. The 21st Army Group's southern thrust, Operation Grenade, was to be mounted by the US 9th Army and was to attack towards Dusseldorf and Cologne. Facing the Americans were divisions of the German 15th Army. The operation was meant to begin at the same time as the northern attack, but the Germans opened the Rohr dams and flooded much of the region. It took 2 weeks for the Rohr floods to subside, and only then could the Americans advance. Once the attack got going, it made good progress. By the 2nd of March, 9th Army had secured positions on the west bank of the Rhine. 2 days later, elements of 1st Army also reached the river, and on the 5th, they entered the suburbs of Cologne. German resistance in Cologne was particularly fierce. The defenders clung to every pile of rubble and the process of clearing the city was agonizing and costly. It was 2 days before Cologne finally surrendered. To the south, 12th Army Group, with the American 1st Army and elements of 3rd Army, had begun its two-pronged drive to the Rhine. Facing the Americans were the German 5th Panzer Army and the 15th and 7th Armies. Operation Lumberjack made good progress, heading through the Eifel region towards Koblenz. As the Allies advanced closer to the Rhine, they meant only to secure the West Bank. However, on the 7th of March, elements on the extreme right flank of the US 1st Army approached the Rhine close to the town of Remagen, only to discover that a bridge had been left intact. As the 9th Armoured Division had driven through Remagen, they had expected to find the railway bridge over the Rhine had been blown by the Germans. However, the Germans' main explosive charges had failed to detonate, and the reserve charges had weakened the bridge but had failed to destroy it. At once, the astonished Americans raced to seize the crossing. The American commanders, Bradley and Eisenhower, had seen the possibility of capturing a bridge over the Rhine intact as extremely remote. No plans had been made for such an unlikely event. All that Bradley could do was to rush the nearest units to the bridge and get them across as fast as was humanly possible. Almost at once, engineers began to construct another 2 treadway bridges upstream. By the evening of the first day, the bridgehead on the east bank of the Rhine was packed with American men and equipment. Nor was 1st Army content merely to consolidate the bridgehead. Almost at once, a force struck out to sever the main German autobahn between Frankfurt and Cologne. While 21st Army Group was closing to the Rhine opposite Wesel, and in the centre, the Remagen bridgehead was being secured, 12th and 6th Army Groups had also been making progress. 3rd Army was pushing closer to Koblenz, and 7th, together with the right flank of 3rd Army, had begun Operation Undertone, clearing an area up to the Rhine between Koblenz and Strasbourg. The French 1st Army had finally liquidated the last pocket of German resistance around Colmar, and by the end of March 1945, the Allies held a line running the whole length of the River Rhine. For the Germans, the loss of the bridge at Remagen had been a stunning blow. The enemy had crossed Germany's greatest river frontier almost without a fight. As news of the latest disaster had reached Hitler, he had flown into an uncontrollable rage. The commander-in-chief of the Wehrmacht in the West, Field Marshal von Rundstedt, was fired, and the officers who had failed to blow the bridge were shot. Hitler was determined to destroy the bridge at Remagen, and for the first and only time, the V-2 rocket was used as a tactical weapon. the attacks failed. In any case, nothing could now prevent a massive Allied offensive along the whole length of the River Rhine and into the German heartland. Even before the three Allied army groups had closed up to the Rhine, the staffs of each had begun to plan for the final crossing. Field Marshal Montgomery's 21st Army Group planned a powerful amphibious assault, codenamed Operation Plunder. For the attack, naval landing craft had been transported overland to the front, and 250,000 tons of supplies had been stockpiled. With 3 full-strength armies and 5,000 artillery pieces, Montgomery intended to seize a substantial bridgehead over the Rhine, and then, maintaining the momentum, strike deep into Germany. Operation Plunder would be reinforced by Operation Varsity, a powerful assault by the US 17th Airborne and British 6th Airborne Divisions with 3,000 aircraft and gliders. These forces would be dropped east of the Rhine to enlarge the bridgehead. Operations Plunder and Varsity were scheduled to begin on March the 24th. While the 21st Army Group was making final preparations for its enormous set-piece attack across the Rhine, Bradley's 12th Army Group, including Patton's 3rd Army, was finalizing its own plans. Patton's men had reached the Rhine later than Montgomery, and there had been no time to build up anything like the same vast quantities of fuel and ammunition. Patton was keen to press on regardless. He was determined to outdo First Army's achievement at Remagen, and above all, to beat Montgomery to a Rhine crossing. In the middle of the night of the 22nd of March, less than 2 weeks after Patton's men had reached the Rhine, 5th Division succeeded in winning a bridgehead. Patton had beaten Montgomery by 2 full days. On the night of the 23rd of March, a huge Lancaster attack hammered the German town of Wesel, directly across the Rhine from where Montgomery's 21st Army Group was poised to launch Operation Plunder. After a short but intense artillery barrage, the Allied amphibious crossings began. Protected by a massive smoke screen, the crossings continued through the night and into the next day. German resistance was sporadic. At 9 a.m. on the morning of the 24th of March, the parachute landings began just north of Wesel. Even though German anti-aircraft batteries inflicted heavy casualties on the paratroops and gliders, the landing forces made good progress. Soon they had linked up with the ground formations to attack Wesel itself. The German 1st Parachute Army resisted fiercely, but by the 25th of March, the last of the defenders had fled or been captured. Within 3 days, the Wesel bridgehead was 25 miles deep and 25 miles wide. With 21st Army Group's capture of its bridgehead at Wesel, Montgomery's men were now on the threshold of the Ruhr, well placed to seize Germany's industrial center. 12th Army Group's 1st Army continued to cross at Remagen, while Patton's 3rd Army, already across at Oppenheim, won 2 more bridgeheads further north. Meanwhile, 7th Army crossed near Worms, and the French 1st Army crossed at Germersheim. By the end of March, The east bank of the River Rhine was a chain of Allied bridgeheads. On March the 28th, General Eisenhower announced that the Western Allies would not be capturing Berlin. Although at the Yalta Conference the Allied leaders had agreed that after the war Berlin would fall in the Soviet occupation zone, the British, and especially Winston Churchill, still believed that a drive on the German capital should be mounted. It would at least serve to ensure that when the Germans surrendered, more territory would be in Western hands. However, Eisenhower refused to back any such idea. To him, it seemed pointless to expend lives on capturing ground that would, in any case, have to be handed over to the Soviets when the war was over. It was not only Churchill who was dismayed by the American refusal to push east. Montgomery too was infuriated, although for quite different reasons. The German capital lay in Montgomery's path, and he had looked forward to capturing the greatest prize of the European war. To make matters worse, his role in encircling the Ruhr had also been downgraded on Eisenhower's orders. Bradley's 12th Army Group would complete the Ruhr encirclement, while Montgomery's forces would only play a supporting role. The Allies decided to inflict another hell on earth upon the German civilians, and in February 1945, with Germany collapsing, the city of Dresden would see one of the most destructive and controversial raids of the war. From the 13th to the 15th of February 1945, more than 2,000 Allied bombers flew over Dresden and dropped their deadly cargo. Again, the firestorms were whipped up, and the city's civilians were consumed in a blazing inferno, which burnt for weeks. Dresden is situated in the eastern part of Germany, and the city was full of refugees fleeing the advance of the Red Army. The exact figure of those who lost their lives in this short but intensive raid will never be known. However, most estimates agree that at least 135,000 people perished in the Sea of Flames. At the centre of the controversy surrounding the Dresden raid is the fact that the city was of no strategic military importance by this late stage of the war. Other German towns and cities were also bombed right until the end of the war. Places like Leipzig and Berlin were attacked, and in a token attack, Hitler's residence at Berchtesgaden was destroyed. In a stark contrast to the first raids, these final attacks were made with little or no enemy resistance. For weeks, German Army Group B had been heavily reinforcing the Ruhr region. Although most of its industries continued to function, the Ruhr was by now almost cut off from the rest of Germany by the Allies' carefully targeted bombing of rail centres, bridges and viaducts. Nevertheless, the Ruhr was still seen by Hitler as absolutely vital to the defence of the Reich, and the whole area was being turned into a fortress. The commander of Army Group B, Field Marshal Model, had set up his headquarters inside the Ruhr. Model had 15th Army and 5th Panzer Army, along with elements of other formations numbering more than 200,000 men. Orders were to hold out to the very end. The Allied strategy for dealing with the massive concentration of German forces in the Ruhr was to encircle the area with 2 deep thrusts. Starting on March the 28th, 7 armies broke out of their Rhine bridgeheads and smashed into the German defense. The Allied plan was that in the north, the British Second Army was to drive in the direction of Hamburg and down the River Elbe. The Canadians, starting a few days later, would clear Holland and the North German coast. Meanwhile, Patton's Third would drive into central Germany, and to the south, the US 7th Army and the French First Army would push down to the line of the Danube. In the centre, while most of the US 1st and 9th Armies encircled the Ruhr, some units would push on to the Elbe. No Allied forces were to cross the river. East of the Elbe was to be left to the Russians. As the offensive opened and the 2nd British Army drove northeast, on its right, the US 9th Army smashed into German Army Group B and swung around the Ruhr. At the same time, 3rd Army took Frankfurt against fierce German resistance and met up with 1st Army at Gießen. The German 89th Corps was encircled and a wedge had been driven between Army Groups B and G. 1st Army went on to complete the encirclement of the Ruhr from the south by meeting 9th Army at Lippstadt on April the 1st. The German 15th Army, 5th Panzer Army, and most of the 1st Parachute Army were now trapped in the Ruhr. In the Ruhr pocket, an area 30 miles by 70 miles, was the last great concentration of German forces in the west. The encircled units made one attempt after another to break the ring, but their efforts were weak and uncoordinated. The Germans were also trying to form a new army to the east, 11th Army, which could break through to the Ruhr and relieve the pocket, but they failed to assemble more than a handful of already weak divisions. However, the sudden appearance of SS battle groups from inside the pocket, mounting fierce counterattacks, caused anxious moments for Allied commanders. Rather than simply contain the Ruhr pocket with the minimum of forces, General Bradley now decided to defeat the trapped German armies in the Ruhr. The result was nearly 3 weeks of difficult and frustrating action. Although some cities and towns surrendered at once, others saw fanatical last stands in the rubble of bombed-out factories and streets. Although it took 18 American divisions nearly 3 weeks to end all resistance, the outcome of the Ruhr battle was never in doubt. All the same, the scale of the victory astonished Allied commanders. When German resistance finally petered out on April the 18th, 317,000 German prisoners were taken, including 25 generals and an admiral. More prisoners than in the mass surrenders at Stalingrad or Tunisia. For the German armed forces, the Battle of the Bulge had been a catastrophe. For months, the Western Front had been allocated the bulk of German production of tanks and heavy weapons. Vast numbers had now been expended to no avail. Meanwhile, in the east, the Wehrmacht had been starved of resources. This at a time when the Red Army was stronger and more ably led than at any period in its history. At the beginning of September 1944, 5 German army groups in the east had faced 11 fronts of the Red Army, along a line more than 1,200 miles long. By mid-October, a Soviet drive to clear the Baltic states had left most of Army Group North cut off in the Courland Peninsula, where 20 infantry and 2 armoured divisions would remain trapped until the end of the war. To the south, 2nd, 3rd and 4th Ukrainian fronts had pushed into Romania and Hungary, and by late December had captured Belgrade and encircled the Hungarian capital Budapest. There, another 188,000 Axis troops were cut off. By the close of 1944, the Red Army had expelled the Germans from Soviet territory and had broken the back of the Wehrmacht. One by one, Germany's Axis allies had fallen by the wayside, and although fighting still raged around Budapest, all along the central and northern sectors of the front, Soviet forces had already begun a careful redeployment for the next major offensive. Planned for January 1945, this would be the final, all-out assault that would take the Red Army into the very heart of Hitler's Reich. To Joseph Stalin, Berlin was the prize desired above all others. As the last refuge of Hitler, the capture of the Reich's capital would be the greatest possible symbol of victory. Stalin profoundly distrusted the Western Allies and was certain they would make a dash for Berlin at the first opportunity, in spite of their assurances. To mislead the Americans, he even claimed that Berlin had lost its significance and that the main target of the last Soviet offensive would be the city of Dresden. In fact, Stalin considered the capture of Berlin so important, he bypassed not just the Stavka, his political military council, but also the Army General Staff. Eventually, in the final stages, he himself would take command of military operations. Unlike Hitler, Stalin was usually prepared to accept the advice of his generals. He had a highly flexible and retentive mind, well suited to military affairs, and often took over briefings from commanders not showing sufficient mastery of their material. At Allied summits throughout the war, the Soviet dictator deeply impressed British and American leaders with his thorough understanding of logistics. Even with his most senior commanders, Stalin was supremely devious and manipulative. While he ordered his generals to cooperate with each other, he also contrived to spur them on by encouraging deep and bitter rivalries. At Stalin's instigation, the final drive on Berlin would be turned into a race in which commander would be pitted against commander. That the result would be a reckless expenditure of Russian lives was, to Stalin, a matter of supreme indifference. On July the 20th, 1944, a bomb had been planted in the conference room of Adolf Hitler's Wolf's Lair headquarters in East Prussia. The blast had killed 4 men, but by an amazing turn of luck, Hitler had escaped with minor injuries to his legs and arms. Within hours, the first of thousands of arrests had been made. Even before the attempt on his life, Hitler's relationship with his generals had been stormy, but now he became utterly paranoid. Dependent on cocktails of drugs prescribed by his personal physician, Hitler grew increasingly disturbed, unstable, and prone to violent fits of temper. The gulf between the Führer and his generals was now so great that all meaningful communication had virtually ceased. Hitler took personal control of even the minutest aspect of military operations, and his constant refrain was no withdrawal. The General Staff, desperate to gain room for operational maneuver, still the great strength of the German army, was viewed by Hitler as a collection of weak-willed and cowardly incompetents who refused to stand and fight. Hitler's response to any show of initiative in the field was to sack the offender unceremoniously. In the last 6 months of 1944, the entire army leadership on the Eastern Front had been replaced for one failing or another. The result was a complete collapse of confidence amongst senior German commanders. Many resigned, exasperated beyond endurance. The rest could do little more than stand humiliated on the sidelines, while the German armed forces and Germany itself was led to the brink of catastrophe. In November 1944, the Soviet General Staff had outlined its plan for the greatest campaign in military history. The offensive would span the entire length of the Eastern Front, and fighting would take place in 8 different countries. In spite of the gigantic scale of the planned offensive, the Red Army estimated it would take just 45 days to achieve its objective, the capture of Berlin, the city that Stalin had called the lair of the fascist beast. Unusually, Stalin did not invite his front commanders to a conference where operations and tactics would be discussed. Instead, each was summoned in turn and given his operational area and his objectives. There were to be no arguments and no compromises. Of the 9 Soviet fronts which would take part in the Great Offensive, the 2 mightiest, first Belarusian and first Ukrainian, were chosen to spearhead the drive to Berlin. Standing opposite, blocking the path to the German capital, were Army Groups A and Center. To prevent them being reinforced, supporting attacks would be launched on both flanks. To the north, 2nd and 3rd Belarusian fronts would drive towards the East Prussian cities of Königsberg and Marienburg. In the south, 2nd and 3rd Ukrainian fronts would clear Hungary and strike into Austria. In the main thrust, 1st Belarusian would drive along a narrow front towards the Polish city of Poznan. At the same time, 1st Ukrainian would strike towards Breslau. Secondary waves of tank armies would then pour through the gaps in German lines and widen the breaches. When the Germans had been pushed to the line of the River Oder, Berlin would be at the mercy of the Red Army. 2 great flanking movements, and Hitler's capital would be doomed. The Soviet offensive was timetabled for the 20th of January 1945. This would give enough time for winter to freeze the notoriously wet Polish roads, and by then, fog would be less of a problem for the Air Force. Meanwhile, the great build-up would commence. Red Army reserves were increased all along the front, and supplies and equipment stockpiled for the operations to come. In preparation, a great propaganda offensive was begun. The Red Army was to be primed for its sweep into Germany by instilling in its ranks the deepest hatred of the German Wehrmacht and people. The keynote was revenge. the sufferings of the Soviet Union at the hands of the Germans were to be repaid in full. With the Red Army only 300 miles from Berlin, a distance the Russians were capable of advancing in as little as 5 weeks, it was obvious to the German High Command that the plight of the capital was desperate. German intelligence calculated that the Soviet attack would begin around January the 12th, and that the enemy enjoyed an advantage of 11-1 in infantry, 7-1 in tanks, and 20-1 in guns. Hitler dismissed these estimates as rubbish. No reinforcements would be sent east from the Western Front, nor would German forces trapped in the Courland Peninsula be evacuated by sea to shore up the defences in the central sector. In Hitler's words, the Eastern Front must take care of itself. The result was an absolute dependence on fixed defensive lines, and for months, tens of thousands of civilians had been toiling to transform the Reich into one vast fortress. The Reich's system of defences was based on 7 lines, the longest running for almost 400 miles. Each line bristled with anti-tank ditches, gun positions and village forts, and the defensive zone was almost 300 miles in depth. Scattered throughout were heavily fortified towns or festungs. Of these, the most formidable were Königsberg, Insterburg, Poznan, Stettin, Kustrin and Breslau. The second layer of the German defence was behind the river Oder in 3 belts 12 to 25 miles deep. If the Soviet enemy should cross the river and break through to threaten the German capital, they were to be stopped and crushed at the gates of Berlin itself. On its perimeter, the city was guarded by its own fortified defence line. Inside were yet more lines, dividing the capital into independent self-defending sectors, many criss-crossed by waterways. Berlin's massive concrete flak towers were also formidable. Their guns could be trained to fire down into the streets. The will to fight was, the Nazi leadership believed, the key to survival for the shattered remnants of the Third Reich. The population, military and civilian, must be made to believe that in defeat they would be given no quarter. For most, there was little difficulty imagining the fate that would befall them at the hands of vengeful Russians. But the West, too, had added fuel to the fire of German resolve. Almost ceaseless bombing of the Reich cities had already left many in ruins, and in the summer of 1944, an Allied plan had been discussed which seemed to promise no mercy for the German people. Germany was to be divided permanently. Huge swathes of territory were to be given to the Soviet Union, Poland, France, and Denmark. All her surviving heavy industry was to be dismantled, and Germany was to be returned to a medieval state of small farmers and a subsistence economy. The plan was supported by Roosevelt, but strongly opposed by Churchill, and was soon dropped. However, for Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, it was priceless material. To the citizens of the Reich, and especially to the inhabitants of its capital, who had suffered so much from Allied bombing, it was yet more proof that the only hope was determined resistance to the very end. During 1944, the Red Army had launched no fewer than 10 major offensives, and as the year had gone on, its performance in the field had improved beyond all recognition. The Russian ability to conduct massive battles of encirclement at speed now equaled or even surpassed the expertise of the German army at the height of its powers early in the war. The Red Air Force had also evolved into a supremely proficient service, excelling particularly in tactical operations. Its effectiveness had been radically improved by decentralizing its command structure, so that Soviet air power could respond quickly and flexibly to requests for support from the ground forces. By now, all arms of the Soviet military machine were lavishly equipped with advanced weapons. Russian industrial production, free from the disruptive effects of enemy bombing and able to call on vast reserves of labor and strategic materials, could easily replace the Red Army's losses. At the start of 1945, the strength of Soviet forces in the field was over 6 million men, 15,000 combat aircraft, 100,000 artillery pieces, and 12,000 tanks and self-propelled guns. By the end of 1944, the German army was a shadow of the awesome machine that 5 years earlier had unleashed blitzkrieg on an unsuspecting world. In the east, it could still field more than 3 million men, but appalling losses had severely reduced the quality of its fighting formations. At Hitler's insistence, under-strength divisions that should have been merged were retained as independent entities, carrying a heavy burden of administration and logistical support. German industry, in spite of increasing its output of war material to the highest level ever, was failing to keep up with the enemy's production, or with German losses, particularly in tanks and aircraft. A panzer division now had a theoretical strength of only 120 tanks, little more than a third of its 1939 complement. In reality, many had less than 60, and the German army was increasingly relying on cheaper, less effective, self-propelled guns. In the air, the Luftwaffe, exhausted from its desperate attempts to stem the tide of Allied air power, had already passed the point of no return. Aircraft production had reached the amazing figure of 40,000 in 1944, but even such a feat could not redress the balance. The Luftwaffe could still field fewer combat aircraft than it could in 1940. And to compound its difficulties, there was also a major fuel crisis. Allied bombers had systematically hammered the German oil industry, and in the coming months, fuel would become the constant preoccupation of every German commander of air or ground forces. As Adolf Hitler's mistrust of the German army's officer corps had deepened, he had grown more and more convinced that party loyalty, fanatical obedience, and ideological purity were of far greater importance than professional competence. After the bomb plot of July 1944, Hitler had made SS chief Heinrich Himmler commander of the replacement army. Himmler, with virtually no military experience, now controlled all military forces inside Germany and was in charge of the training of all new formations. The ultimate encroachment by the Nazi Party in military affairs came with the raising of the German Home Guard, the Volkssturm. The Volkssturm was to be controlled not by the army, but by the party. Enlistment in the Volkssturm was compulsory for all males between the ages of 16 and 60 not already in military service. Poorly equipped, with little training, and led by men selected for their Nazi credentials, the Volkssturm was expected by Hitler to fight alongside the army. As military units, however, Volkssturm detachments would be largely ineffective, and in the eyes of the regular army, boys and old men thrown heedlessly into battle could only be a tragic and dangerous liability. As 1944 turned to 1945, the German army in the West was still embroiled in Hitler's doomed adventure in the Ardennes. The Führer continued to dismiss all warnings of an imminent Soviet offensive and was even planning another major attack on the Allies. The limit of his interest in the Eastern Front was the plight of the Hungarian capital of Budapest, by now surrounded by the Red Army. Obsessed with Hungary's oil fields, Hitler had first designated Budapest as a Festung, a fortress to be defended to the last man. And then, to the horror of his high command, he had ordered 2 powerful SS divisions to be stripped from the eastern reserves and sent south to relieve the city. Meanwhile, along the central sector of the front, far from Budapest and its beleaguered garrison, 200 Soviet divisions were poised to thrust at the very heart of Hitler's Germany. In preparing for its great assault on the German heartland, the Red Army faced formidable obstacles. The jumping-off points were 3 bridgeheads the Soviets held on the west bank of the river Vistula, and the railway networks which could supply them had been shattered. Enormous effort had to be expended repairing the lines, and in particular the bridge at Sandomierz, from whence the first Soviet blow would be struck. By the first week in January, the flow of supplies and equipment to the 2 main Russian fronts had turned into a torrent. For the offensive, the Red Army had mustered almost 2.5 million men and 6,500 tanks, half of its entire armoured force. The massive Soviet build-up was still far from complete when, from London, the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill wrote to Stalin. Churchill begged that the Soviet Union launch an attack as soon as possible to ease German pressure on the Allies in the West. Stalin had scheduled the start of the offensive for the 20th, but he agreed to change the timetable. The attack would begin on January the 12th. The opening blow in the Great Offensive was to be struck by Marshal Konev's First Ukrainian Front. Konev had massed 500 guns for every mile of his front line, and the success of his attack would depend totally on their effectiveness. The 6,000 aircraft ready for the assault would be unable to play their part in the initial bombardment. The decision to bring forward the date of the attack had virtually guaranteed they would be grounded by bad weather. In the critical sector of the front, facing Konev's forces on the Vistula, the Germans had created a tactical defense zone 10 miles deep. Inside it, on Hitler's direct orders, substantial reserves had been deployed, including 2 Panzer and 2 motorized divisions. What the waiting Germans did not know was that the Soviet artillery plan was designed to annihilate everything inside the zone. At 5 a.m. on the morning of January the 12th, 1945, Konev loosed his opening barrage. Reconnaissance units were pushed forward, hard in the wake of the falling shells. After a brief pause, the guns opened up once more, and this time, the barrage lasted 1 hour and 47 minutes. Its effect on the defenders was shattering. Konev's attack was launched from a bridgehead 40 miles wide near Sandomierz. Standing in the path of his 1st Ukrainian were the German 4th Panzer Army and part of the 17th Army. The assault broke through German lines on a front 25 miles wide, annihilating 4th Panzer. By January the 25th, Konev had reached the River Oder. To the north, 2nd and 3rd Belo-Russian fronts were poised to strike at the German 3rd Panzer, 4th Army, and part of the 2nd Army, defending East Prussia. The Soviets attacked on January the 13th, but faced with difficult, marshy terrain, they advanced only slowly, not reaching the Baltic until January the 26th. Meanwhile, in the center, Marshal Zhukov's 1st Belarusian front launched its attack on January the 14th. Zhukov smashed through the German defenses with such force that within 3 days he had taken Warsaw. By the 26th, the fortress city of Poznan was cut off, and the German front had virtually disintegrated. By January the 31st, forward elements of 1st Belo-Russian had penetrated to the middle reaches of the Oder, only 40 miles from Berlin. Four days after the Russian onslaught had begun, Adolf Hitler had moved his headquarters to Berlin, where a bunker had been built beneath the Reichschancellery. From there, he issued a stream of detailed instructions to his field commanders, and failing utterly to comprehend the magnitude of the blow that had fallen on his armies, his intervention served only to make a disastrous situation catastrophic. One of his first acts had been to order the Krak Grossdeutschland Panzer Corps to move 150 miles south from East Prussia, to an area that had already been taken by the Soviets. The Corps was forced to retreat long before it reached its destination. On January the 27th and 28th, German forces in the east were granted a temporary respite when fierce blizzards swept across Eastern and Central Europe. In appalling conditions, the Soviet offensive wavered, and when there was a sudden thaw on the 31st, the Luftwaffe found itself, for the first time since the offensive had begun, with the edge over the enemy. The German aerodromes around Berlin were hard-surfaced, while the grass fields of the Red Air Force were now a quagmire. In 2 days, the Luftwaffe flew 5,000 sorties, smashing supply columns and making movement almost impossible. In spite of relentless German air attacks, the Russians had succeeded in seizing several bridgeheads over the Oder. Marshal Zhukov quickly ordered his forces to replenish their supplies and, in a swift assault, take the German capital on February the 15th. The plan was hopelessly ambitious. After a 300-mile advance, the fuel situation had become critical. Bitter German resistance had cost large numbers of casualties, and just as serious, amongst many Russian formations, discipline had all but collapsed. For vast numbers of Red Army soldiers unleashed on German territory, rape and plunder had become vastly more attractive than fighting. To compound Zhukov's problems, 1st Belorussian's northern flank was now dangerously exposed. The threat to Zhukov's flank was soon dramatically underlined. After a series of increasingly dangerous probing attacks, the German 3rd Panzer Army slammed into Zhukov's line. At first, 3rd Panzer made rapid progress, but on February the 17th, its commander, General Wenck, was seriously injured in a road accident. Without its leader, the German attack lost all momentum and finally petered out. Although unsuccessful, 3rd Panzer's counterattack had an effect out of all proportion to the damage it inflicted. To Marshal Zhukov, it was clear proof that his flank must be secured before the drive to Berlin could be resumed. By now, German resistance all along the Oder line had stiffened immeasurably. The western defences had been virtually stripped to put every possible man and weapon between the Russians and the capital. An enemy thrust to Berlin was expected almost any day. What the Germans did not anticipate was that Zhukov would strike to the north. Russian operations to clear the northern flank began on March the 1st. Within 5 days, Zhukov had pushed deep into Pomerania and had taken Kolberg. By the end of the month, Rokossovsky's 2nd Belorussian had taken Danzig. To the east, 3rd Belorussian destroyed the last German pocket in East Prussia, although the fortress city of Königsberg would remain in German hands for some time. On the southern flank, Marshal Konev's 1st Ukrainian Front had launched its offensive on February the 8th and had quickly reached the river Neisse. Breslau was left encircled, and Konev's line had been pushed to lie abreast of Zhukov's, posing a dangerous threat to Berlin from the south. Marshal Konev's offensive had driven the Germans out of the valuable industrial area of Silesia, and most of its mines and factories had been captured intact. Adolf Hitler was now determined that nothing else of value should fall into Russian hands. In the Ukraine and Poland, Everything of use to the enemy had been destroyed in the wake of the retreating Germans, leaving behind a trail of devastation. The policy was now to be carried out in the fatherland itself. Hitler insisted that because the best of the German people would have fallen in battle, the only ones left would be those who were inferior, and their needs were irrelevant. Not a bridge, factory, railway, or food store was to be left intact. Straddling the Oder, with the Russian bridgehead at Kustrin only a few miles downstream, was the city of Frankfurt, now designated a fortress. On April the 12th, Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, visited General Busse, the commander of 9th Army. Goebbels spoke to Busse's staff, assuring them that fate was on the German side and promising a miracle that would, at a stroke, revive the Reich's fortunes. In an extraordinary twist of fate, that evening Goebbels learned of the death of American President Franklin D. Roosevelt. The news of Roosevelt's passing threw Hitler into a fever of excitement. Not even word that Vienna had fallen to the Soviets could dampen his spirits. The war, Hitler now declared, would be won at the gates of the German capital. There, the Red Army would be drawn into battle and then, encircled from outside, destroyed in an historic German victory. At the very least, the battle would win time, during which the alliance between the Western powers and the Russians would inevitably collapse. On April the 14th, the day after Hitler's ecstatic pronouncement, Russian artillery on the Oder front began to pound German positions around the bridgeheads. Although the sudden Russian onslaught took the Germans completely by surprise, it soon became apparent that this was not the start of the main offensive. It was a reconnaissance in force, mounted by battalion-sized units of infantry and tanks, the prelude to most Soviet offensives. For the German commander of Army Group Vistula, General Heinrici, the question now was exactly when the real blow would fall. If he could guess the Soviet timetable correctly, he might save the bulk of his force on the Oder from instant annihilation. On April the 15th, there was a lull in the fighting around the Oder bridgeheads. At Kustrin, Marshal Zhukov's breakthrough force of 4 infantry and 2 tank armies stood poised for the signal. Behind the front, thousands of aircraft waited, some with targets already identified, others ready to respond to calls from the ground forces. Further south, Konev's 5 infantry and 2 tank armies also waited. With no bridgeheads, they would have to force a crossing of the river Neisse in the teeth of the enemy. The first to strike, in the early hours of April the 16th, would be Marshal Zhukov's first Belarusian front. Zhukov's plan was a novel one. After a massive pre-dawn artillery bombardment by 10,000 guns and 400 Katyusha rocket launchers, designed to pulverize the German front line, 140 anti-aircraft searchlights would be turned on to blind the defenders as the infantry rushed their trenches. What Zhukov did not know was that Heinrici had correctly deduced the time of the Russian attack. Opposite Zhukov's bridgehead, the first line of German defences ran parallel to the Russians, along the flat valley floor of the Oder. 5 miles behind was a sandy ridge, 200 feet high, called the Zielau Heights. The ground between the heights and the Oder Valley was intersected by canals, a small river, and numerous streams and drainage ditches. At the foot of the heights were 2 German defence lines, while on the heights themselves, the Germans had prepared their main positions. Mortar pits, anti-tank guns, machine gun emplacements, and dug-in tanks and assault guns completely commanded the plain below. Manning the defences were elements of General Busse's 9th Army. On the night of April the 15th, most units were withdrawn with their heavy weapons to the second line of defence, leaving only a covering force behind. The 9th Luftwaffe Parachute Division, the 20th Panzer Grenadier Division, and the Müncheberg Panzer Division in reserve now held fortified positions, the strength of which Marshal Zhukov had completely failed to comprehend. The awesome barrage that heralded the start of Zhukov's offensive began at 3 a.m. on the morning of April the 16th. In 30 minutes, 500,000 shells rained down on the German front line, rolling onwards to a depth of 5 miles. The effect was stupefying, a concentration of destructive power never before seen in the history of warfare. In fact, Zhukov's plan was already coming badly unstuck. The searchlights, reflected back by clouds of dust and smoke, were blinding the attackers, who were stumbling about amongst the ditches. Even more disturbing, the enemy's frontline trenches were all but deserted. Suddenly, heavy German fire rained down from the Zielau Heights. By dawn, the Russians had still made little progress. Bunched together and obstructed by waterways, they were easy targets for German gunners. The day was well advanced before the Russians reached solid ground below the heights, and there, under a hail of shells, the offensive ground to a halt. The effect of the unexpected setback on Marshal Zhukov was to send him into a towering rage. Even now, he could see the prize that was rightfully his, snatched away by Marshal Konyev. On Konyev's Nysa front, the opening barrage had begun at 4:15 a.m. along a 250-mile line. At the same time, massed bombers of the Second Air Army pulverized German rear areas and communications. One 18-mile sector in particular was saturated with high explosives. It was there that Konev planned to launch his main thrust, and he had chosen it for only one reason. A breakthrough in that area would allow a dash for Berlin at the soonest possible moment. Under cover of smoke, the first of Konev's battalions began crossing at 5:55 a.m. Russian artillery and machine guns, firing on a flat trajectory, blazed all the while, forcing the Germans to stay under cover while bridging equipment was brought up. An hour after the first troops crossed, Konev's tanks and self-propelled guns were in action on the west side of the Neisse and racing for the River Spree. By 10 a.m. on the morning of Zhukov's attack at Zilao, Soviet bombers had smashed most of the German heavy guns on top of the ridge. The Russian artillery had been redeployed forward, and now it too added its weight to the storm unleashed on German positions. By now, elements of Zhukov's First Guards Army had overrun the German trenches at the foot of the Zilao Heights. However, the last line was proving impossible to storm. Zhukov decided to send in his 2 tank armies. The terrain was totally unsuitable, and within hours, 1,300 tanks and self-propelled guns were locked in one vast traffic jam under the fire of German artillery. It would take 3 days, and in all, 30,000 Russian dead, before Zhukov would finally take the heights and begin his frantic dash for the German capital. While Zhukov was stalled at the Zilao Heights, Konev's first Ukrainian front had reached the upper stretches of the Spree, the river that flowed through the heart of Berlin. Finding it fordable, lead tanks dashed across. The German line was quickly shattered, and on reporting to Stalin, Konev was told exactly what he wanted to hear. He could turn his 2 tank armies towards Berlin. That same day, April the 18th, 50 miles north of Berlin, Marshal Rokossovsky's Second Belarusian Front launched its assault on the lower reaches of the River Oder. Second Belarusian would be met by more than 30 German counterattacks. It would take 2 days for Rokossovsky's forces to break out of their bridgeheads, and casualties would be heavy. However, the offensive was fulfilling its main function. It was keeping the German 3rd Panzer Army away from the defense of Berlin. On the morning of April the 20th, Adolf Hitler's 56th birthday, with Russian forces only 20 miles from Berlin, American bombers launched the final 1,000-bomber raid of the war. The effect, on a city already reduced to rubble, was to sever the last of its water and gas supplies. For Berlin's civilian population, tens of thousands of whom were living in cellars, scavenging what food they could, it was one more sign that the end was near. Shortly after the last American bombers headed for home, Adolf Hitler emerged from his bunker into the Chancellery Garden for his traditional birthday celebration. Instead of the customary parade of 40,000 soldiers, the Führer, his eyes glassy and his hands trembling, was greeted by a handful of Hitler Youth and SS. After this bizarre valediction, the Führer would never be seen in public again. By April the 21st, Marshal Zhukov's 2nd Guards Tank Army had reached the northeastern suburbs of Berlin. Meanwhile, tanks of the 47th Army raced to outflank the city from the north, while along the center, 6 armies pressed forward. The German 9th Army was now hopelessly cut off from the rest of Army Group Vistula. To the south of the city, Konev's tank armies, dashing for Zossen and Potsdam, had driven straight through 4th Panzer. 4th Panzer's left wing was now being pushed into a pocket with the 9th. The bulk of the German forces supposed to defend Berlin were left surrounded and helpless. Forward elements of Zhukov's first Belarusian front had already begun to shell the center of Berlin. For Russian artillerymen, it was an unmistakable sign that victory was near. The message was not lost on senior Nazi officials. They fled the city in droves, taking with them as many valuables as they could. 2 million ordinary citizens had no such hope. For men, even the very young and the very old, the penalty for trying to leave was death. The day after Marshal Konev's spearheads penetrated the Berlin suburbs, his prize already in range of his guns, Stalin, at a stroke, dashed his hopes of being hailed as the conqueror of the Nazi enemy. Zhukov was to take the Reichstag, the outstanding symbol of German might. Konev's line would be allowed no closer than 150 yards. Throughout the ranks of his first Ukrainian front, there was bitter disappointment. The men would still have to fight and die, but the laurels would go elsewhere. On April the 24th, units of 1st Belarusian and 1st Ukrainian fronts met southwest of Berlin. The capital was surrounded. The same day, American and Russian troops met on the River Elbe. Germany had been cut in two. As the Russians had swung around Berlin to complete its encirclement, the pocket, which held the German 9th Army and part of the 4th Panzer Army, had been squeezed inexorably. Inside were 200,000 men, 300 tanks, 2,000 guns, and tens of thousands of trapped refugees. Only the German 12th Army to the west, commanded by General Wenck, seemed to offer any hope. Hitler ordered Wenck to link up with 9th Army and relieve the capital. On April the 26th, Wenck attacked, penetrating to within 15 miles of Berlin before stalling. 2 German corps would eventually succeed in breaking out of the 9th Army pocket and joining up with the 12th, but the rest would perish to a man. By April the 25th, Zhukov and Konev had regrouped their forward units in Berlin for siege warfare. With the experience of Stalingrad behind them, the Russians knew exactly how to set about the task of reducing a city. Assault groups were formed from a company of infantry, supported by 6 or more anti-tank guns, a troop of tanks or assault guns, 2 engineer platoons, and a flamethrower platoon. To tighten the noose around the city, the assault groups went into action around the clock, blasting their way from building to building, clearing each room by room. There was no pause in the fighting while the Russian commanders prepared for the last act in the battle for Berlin. Between them, they were ringing the inner city with almost 500,000 men, 12,700 guns, 21,000 rocket launchers, and 1,500 tanks. So far, the Soviet front line had penetrated the capital's outer defensive ring in only 2 main areas, to the east and to the north. The defenders on the perimeter were mostly remnants of units pulled back after Zielau. The 18th, 20th and 25th Panzer Grenadier Divisions, the Müncheberg Division, 9th Paratroop Division, and SS Divisions Nordland and Charlemagne. With Volkssturm and other assorted formations, the total garrison of armed defenders was now almost 300,000. However, barely 50,000 were veteran combat soldiers. The ferocious barrage unleashed on the German defensive perimeter, although it killed thousands of defenders and civilians, served only to make the central districts even more formidable obstacles than they had been before. Fanatical SS units, backed by artillery and dug-in tanks, contested every strong point, often to the last man. Thousands of Hitler Youth, armed with Panzerfausts, made the streets death traps for Soviet tanks. Around the Tempelhof aerodrome, on the south side of the city, fighting was particularly ferocious. The Russians were haunted by the fear that Hitler, whose whereabouts were still unknown, would use one of several aircraft kept in an underground bunker to escape from their clutches. After a determined assault, by noon on April the 26th, the runways and buildings were in Soviet hands, and the aerodrome's commandant had been captured. As the Red Army pressed ever closer to the heart of Berlin, seemingly careless of the cost, desperate German defenders resorted to creating obstacles by destroying everything in the path of the Russians. With so many streets blocked with rubble, the Soviets were forced to blast their way forward by dynamiting holes in the walls of houses, or tunneling beneath the city from one cellar to another. Only then could they pass from street to street. One by one, often after brutal hand-to-hand fighting, German bunkers, pillboxes and strongpoints were eliminated. Some Germans surrendered, elderly Volkssturm and reservists most readily, but others, particularly units of SS Nordland and Charlemagne, clung on grimly to every mound of rubble. Dutch, Danish, Flemings, Norwegians and French, these men had joined the SS to crusade against the Bolsheviks. Now, with their native lands liberated and the Reich crashing down around their heads, there was no option but to fight and die. By April the 27th, the Germans had been pressed into a corridor running from east to west, 10 miles long and 3 miles wide. By the following day, the pocket had shrunk even further. The government sector around the Reichstag and the Reichschancellery, with its bunker beneath, was now the full extent of Adolf Hitler's dominion. Even as Russian shells pounded his Reichschancellery, Hitler, in his bunker 55 feet below, continued to believe that at any moment General Wenck's 12th Army would save the day. Although hundreds, possibly thousands of people were dying every hour, there was no thought of surrender. General Karl Wiedling, battle commandant of Berlin, reported to Hitler that there was now only 2 days' supply of ammunition left, and the wounded were dying for lack of food and medicine. Wiedling's suggestion that the remnants of his forces, spearheaded by the remaining tanks and assault guns, should break out to the west, was angrily dismissed by Hitler. By the night of the 29th, the fighting was less than a quarter of a mile from Adolf Hitler's bunker. There, the Führer dictated his last will and testament. Field Marshal Schörner, struggling far to the south with the remnants of his Army Group Center, was made the last commander-in-chief of the German army. Hitler himself had already decided to commit suicide in the ruins of his capital. He was determined that the Russians should never take him alive. While Konev's forces blasted their way into the central district through the heavily defended Tiergarten Zoo, Zhukov's men had fought their way to within sight of the Reichstag. The building was manned by several thousand SS men, but the soldiers of 3rd Shock Army had already been told that whoever raised the red banner on its roof would be made a hero of the Soviet Union. The banners had been distributed to all its divisions before the battle, and now 150th Division stood on the threshold. Against the most fanatical opposition, with every apartment and stairway contested, it took almost 10 hours to clear the upper stories of the building. but at 22:50 hours on April the 30th, 1945, men of the 1st Battalion of the 756th Rifle Regiment planted the red flag on the roof of the Reichstag. Adolf Hitler had already killed himself in his chancellery bunker. The death of Hitler was not the end of the Battle of Berlin. From Hitler's bunker, Joseph Goebbels and General Krebs, the German Chief of Staff, won a brief local truce to discuss the terms of surrender and deluded themselves that they had a right to be treated as a government. Meanwhile, bitter fighting continued to rage as pockets of defenders fought to the end, or battle groups tried to break out through Russian lines. On the afternoon of May the 1st, Russian patience ran out. At 6:30 p.m., every gun, mortar and rocket launcher in Berlin opened fire on the Chancellery and the last pockets of German resistance. The following morning at 6 a.m., General Wiedling, commander of the Berlin defenders, surrendered to the Russians. He was allowed to dictate a signal to be sent to all German forces in the city, ordering them to lay down their arms. At 3 p.m. on May the 2nd, the Russian guns fell silent. The Battle of Berlin took a staggering toll in human life. Hitler's refusal to surrender before the final cataclysm cost the Red Army 305,000 casualties, the worst losses it had suffered in any battle of the war. The number of German military dead is unknown, but of the civilian population of Berlin, 125,000 perished. Many more had been wounded, raped, or driven insane by the hell around them. On May the 8th, 1945, Germany formally surrendered to the Allies. Accepting on behalf of the Soviet Union was Marshal Zhukov, victor of the Battle of Berlin. With his conquest of the German capital, Zhukov was delivering to Stalin not just a final and historic victory over Nazi Germany, but the key to a future Soviet empire in Central and Eastern Europe. The war was over. Hitler was dead, and the Third Reich had been utterly destroyed. However, in the Battle of Berlin, the seeds of a new conflict had already been sown. A conflict between East and West that would divide Europe and the world for 2 generations. The fighting for the Philippines typified the Japanese desire to fight on to the death. Tens of thousands of defending troops lost their lives by the time the capital, Manila, fell in early March 1945. Tragically, 100,000 citizens also died before Douglas MacArthur could fulfill his promise to return to the Philippine capital. Bitter, close-quarter fighting continued in the Philippines right up till the end of the war, as MacArthur initiated a series of amphibious landings to retake all of the islands. As late as September 1945, pockets of Japanese resistance continued to hold out, with no thought of surrender. But the battle for the Philippines had effectively ended earlier in the year, as the attention of the American public turned to the progress of Admiral Nimitz's force in the northwest, with the greatest interest in the outcome of 2 amphibious island invasions. Operations that, more than anything, persuaded the American leadership to turn to the ultimate weapon to bring the war to an end. By February 1945, bombing raids on the Japanese home islands had become commonplace, but the B-29s taking off from airfields in the Marianas still lacked effective fighter protection. The island of Iwo Jima could provide a base for American fighters, and so the decision was made to make an amphibious assault on Iwo Jima beginning in February 1945. It would be the first of 2 amphibious assaults that would be amongst the bloodiest episodes of the entire Second World War. On February the 19th, 1945, American Marines began their arrival on the beaches of Iwo Jima, and it seemed at first as if their task would be a simple one. The island had been subjected to a ferocious bombing campaign, and the landing troops encountered nothing in the way of resistance on the shores. But it was a very different story inland. Under the command of Tadamichi Kurabayashi, a total of 21,000 men had dug themselves into deep defensive positions, with the peak of Mount Suribachi a focus for the defense. Within hours of landing, the American Marines realized that these soldiers would have to be flushed out almost one by one, with explosives and flamethrowers often proving more effective than infantry or artillery fire. Predictably, it was a terrifying task. The Marines had to engage an enemy for whom death was the greatest honor attainable in battle. Soon, the smell of slaughter filled the air, as the assault on Mount Suribachi began. To add to the unsettling nature of the task, the offshore American fleet found itself attacked by the kamikaze as the land fighting continued. At times, the American advance was slowed almost to a halt by the tenacity of the Japanese defense. But on the morning of the 23rd of February, 4 days into the assault, the Stars and Stripes flew from the highest point of Iwo Jima. It remains one of the most striking images of the Second World War. Even as the flag was being raised, American construction battalions had begun the task of building new airstrips, as the Japanese resistance slowly drew to its inevitable end. By the end of March, American victory on Iwo Jima was complete, and a vital new airbase was in full service. But the price had been high. 6,800 United States servicemen died in the battle for Iwo Jima. All but 200 of the 21,000 Japanese lost their lives. In the subsequent fighting for the island of Okinawa, the death toll was even higher. In a virtually identical operation, the American dead alone totaled 15,500. 80,000 Japanese shared their fate, along with 42,000 civilians. It was a horrific outcome, but for many Americans, it was the Japanese tactics at Okinawa that were more unsettling than the statistics of death rolls. On April the 7th, the American offshore fleet was attacked by the biggest ever kamikaze attack. Some 350 pilots, flying aircraft packed with explosives, descended from the sky and aimed their planes at the American ships. and this was just the first of many kamikaze raids on the American fleet at Okinawa. By the time the island was eventually taken after 12 weeks of fighting, some 32 vessels had been lost to the kamikaze, and 5,000 seamen lost their lives. Many Americans found the very idea of suicide bombing disturbing. They wondered what kind of enemy they were dealing with. The Japanese were now desperate to try any tactic that might make an impact, no matter what the cost in lives. On the same day as the first big kamikaze raid at Okinawa, a flotilla of 10 Japanese warships arrived on the scene. This was all that was left of a once proud navy, and it included the 64,000-ton Yamato, the biggest battleship ever built. But the Yamato's journey to Okinawa would be its last. Like the other ships, it was only given fuel for a one-way journey. The Japanese High Command knew the fate that awaited their pitiful fleet, but they were prepared for the loss of life if it could hamper the American invasion in any way. As events transpired, the monster Yamato made no impact at all. With all remaining Japanese fighters deployed in support of the kamikaze attack, the vessel was left as an easy target for American bombs and torpedoes. In less than an hour, 3 waves of attack sent the Yamato to the bottom, long before she reached Okinawa. It was as devastating as it was predictable, and it was typical of Japanese tactics in the face of defeat. There can be no doubt that the slaughter on Iwo Jima and on Okinawa had a deep impact on the thinking of the American leadership. The likely loss of American lives in a full-scale invasion of Japan could only be guessed at, if, as seemed likely, the enemy was prepared to fight to the death. But in the early months of 1945, another option began to grow in favour. From November 1944 onwards, the Japanese home islands received regular visits from American bomber squadrons. But in early 1945, the commander of 21st American Bomber Command conceived a devastating new strategy to force the ordinary Japanese citizen to accept that the war was lost. On the evening of the 9th of March, General Curtis LeMay gave the order for a very different kind of bombing raid from anything that had gone before. That night, 280 US bombers took off on a low-level mission against the very center of Japanese power, Tokyo itself. Their cargo, 2,000 tons of incendiary devices. American planners knew that the Japanese capital was built largely of wood, and a concentrated attack using napalm bombs could produce a terrible impact on the city. Their analysis proved accurate. On the night of the 10th March, 1945, Tokyo was set ablaze. The cumulative effect of the napalm devices rendered futile any attempts to extinguish the fires that engulfed the city. For a time, the atmosphere itself took light, and as many as 100,000 citizens may have perished as a result of one bombing raid. It was an overwhelming display of force. But if the American leadership hoped that such an enormous loss of life would bring their Japanese counterparts to the negotiating table, they were wrong. Although Japan was now hopelessly defeated as a military power, the war carried on, and the hellscape of Okinawa was still to come. By July 1945, many American citizens were resigned to the prospect of an invasion of Japan, an enterprise whose potential cost in lives could hardly be overestimated. But the American leadership was now in a position to finish the war in the most dramatic manner possible. For years, Allied scientists had been working in secret on a new kind of weapon, a bomb with a destructive power like nothing ever seen before, the atomic bomb. On July the 16th, 1945, at a site in the deserts of New Mexico, the new weapon was tested for the first time, and its power was obvious. With the atomic bomb, the United States could at last force the Japanese to accept their defeat. On the 6th of August, 1945, an American B-29 bomber, the Enola Gay, took off from a Marianas airfield. It flew at a height of 31,000 feet over the city of Hiroshima. At 8:16 a.m. local time, an atomic weapon was released into the Japanese sky. 43 seconds later, the atomic bomb exploded over Hiroshima, and as many as 80,000 people died in an instant. Now the Japanese leadership knew that their country could be completely destroyed at virtually no cost to their American enemies. Following the second atomic attack on Nagasaki on the 9th of August, the Japanese High Command accepted the inevitable, and the formal surrender of Japanese forces was soon a reality. World War II was over. But it had been a long, hard, and in the end terrifying enterprise. Beginning at Guadalcanal, the Americans and their allies had forced their way across a vast area of the planet's surface. With every engagement, they encountered the remarkable spirit of the Japanese fighting man. In the end, it was the superior industrial and technological might of the United States that gained victory in the Pacific. But it was a triumph that had to be secured on the ground, on some of the bloodiest battlefields of the Second World War.